Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now officially at day 2 of the big Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event. This is our third Amplify Your Message event, and this is obviously going to be an ongoing thing. We have, just as a kind of heads up, the next one of these will be February 8th, the week of February 8th. So we're a little ways out because of the holidays and what have you. And then also we'll be doing another Flip Your Script event, which is our other branded event. I believe it's the week of January 16th. That one's a little closer, but we're still like 6 weeks away. So we got a good break coming up, but the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event, again, we're on round 3. And the whole premise of this event, for those of you who haven't tuned in yet, it's essentially an event to help you become an influencer or next level your influence. And so I'm going to say it could be through podcasting, speaking, or writing, or some combination of that. And so that could be the way you're going to next level influence. So that's the 3 areas we focus on. We do bring on some guests where we just talk about influence. We bring on some guests where we talk about entrepreneurship and podcasting. We do mix it up a lot, but really the event's about how to amplify your message using those 3 platforms. I didn't say this right from the start. Sometimes I forget to add in. I'm Corey Poirier, the founder of Blue Talks. I take it for granted sometimes because we've been doing these for a while now, that everybody knows that, but of course I can't assume that. So thank you for joining us. Today's going to be another really exciting day. I always neglect to mention this right off the top as well, so I'm going to remember this now, is if you're watching this already, please feel free to share it. Let people know. Sharing is caring. I know that sounds cheesy, but you honestly never know whose life you're going to impact by pressing share. I've had my life impacted by people deciding to press share when they otherwise didn't have to. And I've shared stuff and people said, you know what, that one thing you shared made all the difference today. So I'd love to have you share it as much as you can. The other thing is, if you want to know more about Blue Talks, go to bluetalks.com. It's as simple as that. I don't want to bombard you with a whole bunch of different platforms or places to go, but bluetalks.com is the place to check out. One of the big announcements we made in between the last event and this one is that Blue Talks is now going to be moving over to the C-Suite network. Now, when I say that, it's not disappearing from here. We'll still be running these events the exact same way, but we're also going to be airing them as replays and airing other content and the live speeches over on the C-Suite network, which actually brings us to Opera TV, Apple TV, I believe Google Play even, Roku, Amazon Fire, inside, this is really cool, inside the dashes of the United Airlines airplanes, 50 plus airports and thousands of hotel rooms. So that's one deal that we've struck recently for Blue Talks. And then you heard yesterday, we were talking to Connect TV as well about going over to their network. So lots of big Blue Talks stuff coming up. But again, if you want to be in the loop of all that stuff, just visit us at bluetalks.com. That's all my housekeeping preamble for the day today. You guys are in for a major treat. I know most of these guests that are going to be here, and I truly believe you are going to be blown away and get insight that's going to change your life and mine forever. So, having said all that, you know I move quickly. Let's bring on our first guest so we don't take up any of his time for me doing a preamble. So, Chris Cumby, have you on here. Exciting to have you on. I know we can hear you because we were just chatting a minute ago. Chris, what we always do to kick things off. Awesome. Okay, perfect. You can't hear me. So what we do to kick things off, Chris, is rather than me read a bio from a screen or something that looks kind of dull, we usually get our guests to tell us just a little bit about themselves, and then we'll dive in a lot further so you don't have to worry about how much depth you go into. But having said that, Chris, can you tell us a little bit about Chris Cumby?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks, Corey, for having me here. Always a pleasure to see you, my friend. We've been friends for, I believe now, probably 5 years, believe it or not. Time has gone by very, very quickly. That being said, you've been on a path, I've been on a path. But I'll start off with saying, firstly, I'm a dad. I'll always be a dad. I started off being a dad for 26 years. I know I only look in my, late 30s, but that is the case. So first of all, being a dad is, one of the things that's really important to me and always will be. But I'm an entrepreneur. I have been for a long time. In fact, I started in the corporate world, grew very quickly. In fact, probably too fast because they couldn't keep up with my salary. So I had to figure out another way to, find my true potential. And, I think a lot of people are afraid to go out on their own, and certainly being young when I did, I still had those fearless, ways about myself. And, I think you got to take a little risk. And I did that. And we'll obviously get into a few more things that I've done, but I'm an entrepreneur. I'm an author. I'm a speaker, a podcaster. I do a few things to help companies, increase their revenue. And I spend a lot of time with salespeople because, just generally speaking, I believe you've got to be very good at, learning how to build your business through sales, and revenue is obviously the most important thing to a business. Or else maybe you're just a little bit of a hobby if you're doing it, for free. But that being said, I'd love to dive anywhere you want to take it today. But that's, probably me in a nutshell.
Well, I love that. And I guess my first direction I'd love to go is around the idea of, let's go with the book first, the author side of things.
Sure.
I guess the first question I have, Chris, is when you decided ultimately that you were going to write a book, what was the idea behind why to write a book? And let me preface this just before you jump in.
Sure.
Yesterday we talked, and I did a impromptu. I didn't realize I was going to do it, but we had some hiccups on the guest side, so I jumped in and did a presentation for 45 minutes about the book. And one of the things I started with is what I find a lot of authors struggle with is what's the reason for their book? What's the goal? And as we know, like a book like, I always have books near me, but a book like Celestine Prophecy or 3 Feet from Gold, I mean, those kind of books, the purpose could be to get the reader to, let's say, open up to consciousness and stuff like that. But then you could have a book like my book called The Book of Public Speaking, where the goal is I wanted to let people know I'm an expert in the speaking field. So hopefully they would decide at some point to learn from me as a speaking coach. And so my question out of all that is, what was your original goal, or what was the reason you decided to launch a book?
Yeah, no, it's a great question, Corey. And absolutely, I think, in general, I think everybody wants to write a book, or a good number of people anyway. I think the number is like 90% of people, when asked, would say they'd love to be an author. I think it's, again, that was part of the reason I've always wanted to write a book. But, to your point, what am I going to write about? And, for me, it really comes down to, as I'd mentioned, my son was turning 18 years old. I, like a Renaissance man, wrote and hand wrote my first book. I wrote 4, maybe 5 chapters, in essence, to give him, instead of, a PlayStation or, an Xbox, I gave him a little journal that said, your success playbook. And that really is where it started, because I wanted to give him things that, quite frankly, I've learned along the journey. And typically speaking, when a young lad turns 18, they're starting to, become a man, if you want, or, could happen earlier. But, generally speaking, 18, you're on your own. You can start going out and doing your own thing, making your own decisions. And I wanted to give him something that, he can carry forward, that I was able to articulate in a way that made me think about the areas in my life where, I use this term loosely, made some mistakes. I think we've all, done things that, not necessarily maybe proud of, or, just generally stupid mistakes along the way. And I wanted him to learn some, what I call pillars to what, was really important for me, to, not only get off the ground when knocked down, but really to learn from those so-called mistakes so that I didn't make them again. And, when I think one of the greatest gifts that I gave him was, learning what I believe, all people should really go into life knowing. And that is, my number one rule is be careful who you listen to. I think it's so important that you first of all, learn to listen to yourself, build that intuition. Don't allow people to take you off your course of what's important to you, what I believe we all have, and that's a destiny inside of ourselves that all too often, as I talk to a lot of adults, today, and I wish I was able to give that book to them when they were 18, is to learn, certain attributes to life that I think are just so important. Always being a student, always learning, continuing to, press forward and know why you want something. I mean, there's just many reasons, but that's really why I started a book. Is I wanted my kids to have something, and that, just that Renaissance writing turned into a 13-chapter book. And it was my first book called The Success Playbook. And I wanted to then carry on a few more things, learning as an entrepreneur and as a sales guy for most of my life, that would help not only business people or entrepreneurs, but pretty much anybody that picked up that book can read it on a flight, over to New York from Toronto, and get her done and have some ideas that they can implement. So that's why I started a book, to help other people.
So I love that, Chris. And I guess what I'm curious about when it comes to putting a book out, because as you said, everybody wants to put a book out. And I think that goes maybe even double for everybody that has a business. Everybody that has a business goes, I need to get a book out now. Sure. And so what I'd love to follow up that question with is, what was your experience having a book? Meaning, we're always told once you have a book out, everything changes. But of course, there's more competition these days than ever before, because everybody can have a book on Amazon really in a very short amount of time. So was your experience, as much as you thought it would be, people reading the book and saying, we need to hire you or work with you, or how can we work with you? Or was it more just a brand exposure thing?
Yeah, both. Again, great observations. One of the things I always caution people that want to write a book is, first of all, you're not going to get rich from the book. Unbeknownst to me, I didn't know the rules of the game. I just went and did it because I said I was. And that's one thing about me, is when I say I'm going to do something, I'm going to finish it. And I think that's most important. What I found, though, writing the book, to your point, it allowed me to express myself and what I believed, and that reinforced the things I was able to accomplish in my life. Because I don't teach what I want other people to do. I teach what I've done, and I think that's really important. And that goes hand in hand with the fact that I believe you got to listen to the right people. If anybody wants to know how to go out there and close a lot of business and make $1 million commissions, I can teach you how to do that. That's what I've done in my life. And I think it's really important to, again, probably realize that, to your point, there's a lot of books out there. You can become an Amazon bestseller. And, if for people not in the know, that's not too hard to achieve. That wasn't about what I wanted. What I wanted to do was, if I said I was going to do something, I did it. I didn't really care where the book went, to tell you the truth. And that's just being honest. Now, what I've learned from that, though, is that I was able to take that book, amplify my brand, amplify me in a way that it got me speaking events. It got me into, areas where otherwise may have been a little bit, less easy to do. And I think that opens doors. It's like I like to use it as a business card, if you want. I think it's important. I think everybody should have a book. I find it interesting to find out what people, are what makes up that person. And I think a book allows you to explore that, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. It doesn't really matter. I just think it's an expression of someone actually taking like a goal and finishing it. And that's the big thing with it. And I think that's why a lot of people don't endeavor on it. First of all, they got beat up by other people. They say, why, and, they don't know why. And, and to your point, you're asking great questions today. I think everybody really needs to step back and ask and I have some powerful questions today, Corey. So make sure that we get to that, because I really want to leave the audience today with something that, they will be able to walk away from this moment today. And this is my promise. This moment today, wherever you are, I'm going to give you some questions that are going to be so powerful that if you endeavor to answer them, and it might not be all today, but over the next little while, maybe by the end of the year, you're going to go into 2020 really understanding how powerful you are. And I have proof of that because if we get into it, my last year and a half of journey exemplifies taking action in life and actually doing something to get me closer to what makes me happy. And I can honestly tell you that this year, regardless of COVID and 2020, I am the happiest I've ever been. I'll get into that if you want, but write a book, just do it. It's really important. It does so many things for all areas of your business, as well, for anybody that doesn't, listen, if you're working for someone, why not write a book? Like, you don't know how powerful it might be. And you started off this conversation today with maybe changing one person's view on things that could really help them. And I think that's always important.
Well, and Chris, I want to make sure we talk a bit about podcasting, but I want to make sure we get to those powerful questions. I want to make sure we don't leave people without hearing those questions.
Sure.
One of the things you just said, though, and it ties back to why you wrote the book in the first place, that I feel like a lot of people lose sight of, is even if you don't want to have a book out to be an influencer or to make money from your book or et cetera, you had to get the nail on the head when you talked about what you want to give to your children. Well, to me, a book is a great legacy. Like, it's a great legacy project where your family, years later, that are doing family history, can go, well, crap, we can read his story or her story right from this book.
Love it.
Rather than having to try to dissect it from the library or Ancestry.com or one of those places.
Right.
You have to read it from the quote unquote horse's mouth. I've even felt that I almost did this for a while, and I'm throwing this out there because somebody else could take this over and do this. But because I had done so many interviews with so many thought leaders, and I mean, now it's insane, like 60, whatever, 100 now.
Amazing.
So, and of course, it's from every walk of life. It's from the one-person business owner that's running a shoe shop, all the way to Jack Canfield or Kevin Sorbos, the actor, or
sure.
Pop stars. And I thought, what? One thing I wanted to do eventually as a business model, but I just moved directions and it wasn't for me, was I thought, why don't I approach CEOs about why they should want to have a legacy interview? And sort of the value add for them would be, okay, well, here's a guy who's interviewed Jack Canfield, and now, and like from the point of view of their children, let's say, and now that he's interviewing my dad, the CEO of this company, and it's a personal interview, and now that could be the video for the family.
Love it.
The same idea with the book. I think that if you can make it work, like if you can find the time, and if you can, and the investment in a book can be very minimal now, but it's a great legacy project, even if you don't ever want to make money from the book. So I think everybody has at least one story in them, and everybody has a book in them. So I wanted to say that, Chris, for people that are going, well, my book might not sell a lot of copies. Who cares? If you're doing it for the reason I just said, do you have to sell a lot of copies if the 15 members of your family you want to have the book?
Absolutely. And that's a really good point. And I have my new book coming out, Punching Back 2021. It's going to be like full on, like I'm not holding back, and I have been, I realize, so hence the title of the book. So look for that soon. It's subtitled Focus on the Fight, Not the Fear. So I just had to throw that in there.
No, I'm glad you did. Well, and Chris, to circle back to the other side, I mentioned podcasting, and I know you spent quite a large amount of time podcasting.
I did.
In fact, that's how we met each other, was through when you guys launched your podcast. Somehow we got connected through that sort of chain of events.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'd love to get your take on podcasting, since on Thursday and Friday of this week, we're going to be fully covering podcasting. But again, they sort of overlap. I find a lot of people that are authors also are podcasters or speakers. So what did podcasting do for you? Like, what is your take around podcasting for those that this may be new for them and they might be trying to decide what platform they should move into? Like, should I be a writer? Should I be a podcaster? What would you say about podcasting?
Well, absolutely. If you're even remotely thinking about it, you should do it because there's a reason for that, number one. But, again, there's lots of people that, are still discovering podcasts. So here's the thing. A few years back, I started watching the peripheral businesses around, the changes that we're seeing, the, socials becoming, more and more prevalent in everybody's lives because we're carrying around our phones. We have these digital, impressions of ourselves out there in all kinds of sorts of ways. But I watched like what was happening around all of this, because again, and quite frankly, there's a bit of a story behind why I started podcasting, and I'll get to that in a second. But I read an article around what was going to happen in the car industry. So if you think about that, radio, podcasting, kind of the same, you're listening most of the time. Now, obviously there's video podcasting and all kinds of wonderful things like we're doing today, streamed all over the place. But one of the things that I, understood because I did it when I was working for a corporation, I didn't really go that far in education. I started my accounting, and I said, screw that. I'm going to get into sales. I went to Pepsi and I, crushed it, and I moved on. But I wanted to keep learning. It's part of my pillar of life, because if you're not learning, you're going to be left behind, number one. So you got to learn some new things. I don't care if you do them, just learn them. It's good to have perspective. But the point is, I knew that I could turn my car into a university. Mm-hmm. I listened to books. I listened to, other means, like we call them discs back in the day. You put them in the car, and quite frankly, if we rewind, when I was 18, I bought all of Tony Robbins, like, cassettes, right? The ones that you can like peel out and destroy really easily back in the day. Well, I had that in my car. So, one thing that was really important to me is always learn, always learn. I had great mentors, always put a book in my hand, always. So I became a really good reader. I read a lot. Now, I might not sit down and read a whole book, but I'll tell you, when you can get into a podcast and you can listen for 30 minutes on your way to work, and a perspective can come into your head that can change something, because I actually posted this the other day. One small little move that can knock something loose in your stuckness is all you need. But if you're going to continue doing the same shit every day, and you're not going to allow something to knock loose by some perspective or a book or something you listen to. And I love listening, because that generates these things that go, whoa, what did I just hear? And that's why podcasting, when I saw the peripheral of the car industry with that little icon called iTunes podcasts right on your dashboard, I knew 100% that I was going to get into podcasting. So here's why I got into podcasting, because I mentioned it at the beginning, and I'll do it really quick. I came to the United States and didn't have a job. I had to wait for my visa. So I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? I'm an entrepreneur, and I got to create something. I got to do something. I got to get creative. So I went to an event, and by the way, if you're not going to doing, and I know this year it's been a little wacky, but you and I both know, Corey, events are what open you up, meet new people, and and I'm an introvert, like for the most part. I like to observe, and then when I see what I like to do, then I get engaged, and then I can do all kinds of cool things from there. I can change. But I went to an event. I knew unequivocally that I was going to do something to connect with others. And someone mentioned podcasting and what they're doing. So I'm like, shit, I'm going to look into that. I didn't know what I was doing. I had no idea. I didn't even know where to do it. In fact, I just started researching, learning. And most importantly, though, is I stopped consuming and I started creating. I just did it. And I didn't know how it did it, but 300 shows later, I met amazing people like yourself, Corey, that are now part of my, network. That, hey, Corey, if I called you up and said, hey, I have an opportunity, or we just want to shoot the shit, we always do that. But here's where my network went from knowing, very little to like this huge universe of like people. And guess what? I've done business with so many of them. I've created opportunities, and I became what I call now a super connector. I can connect anybody with so many people because, and I do it not always just for obviously, money. It's nothing to do with that. That stuff always comes back. And I always joke and say, hey, listen, if I connected you and something amazing happened, just invite me to the barbecue. And it's always the case, as you know. So you meet good friends. Podcasting is a great way to expand your knowledge. It's a great way to expand your network. It's a great way to get your message out there of what you believe in. But you got to believe in yourself. That's number one. And we'll get to those questions in a bit so that I can really expand everybody. But that's how I got into podcasting. It was from a want to create. And because I wanted something that I can network And it's so amazing to network, as you know, Corey. You get to know and meet amazing people when you do that, because here's a little known secret inside of podcasting. All you gotta do is ask someone to come on your show. And if the timing's not right, it's okay. You got them in your network. You can follow up later, and that's how it happened. We just had so many amazing people that I was able to meet, people that I otherwise, if I didn't have a show, I wouldn't have met.
Well, and Chris, I want to get to your questions right after this because I want to make sure we leave enough time. But I have to say, one of the things you just said there is, I think, something that people gloss over, which is that a lot of people, I think, go into podcasting thinking, I want to impact listeners' lives and I want to reach 1 million people. And ideally, you're going to impact lives.
Yeah.
And whether it's 1 or 1 million, you should be, I think, you should still be over the moon if it's one person or 1,000 or 1 million or what have you. But a lot of people don't realize all those other things you said along the way. The people you meet, the relationships you build, the stuff that happens outside of the listenership, like even the guests you bring on, the people that recommend you because they're a podcast host and you're a podcast host, and this little sisterhood or brotherhood that you're in now because you're a podcast host. Like I feel like a lot of people go, I tried podcasting, I only got 100 listeners an episode. I gave up after 8 weeks. But they didn't realize that there's so many other benefits from podcasting outside of just that. Like, think of, to your point, I mean, the amount of joint ventures that I can have if I want to launch something major because of the relationships I built with the people that have come on my show and the people whose show I've been on.
Absolutely.
That's outside of the listenership. I mean, I'm doing it because I want to impact listeners' lives. But I think, like I said about books, you have to go in saying, what is my goal from this? And it probably in most cases shouldn't just be, I want to pick up listeners, because it's even harder now with a 1.5 million podcast to pick up listeners.
Sure.
You want obviously to have some people that dig your show and love your show, but I think you have to look at it as a whole business and realize that you have almost like suppliers and customers and everybody else in the middle as well.
Right.
I'm glad you went there, because again, that's a lot of what people miss when they say, why should I bother doing a podcast whenever the average podcast only gets 100 or 200 listeners an episode? But it's all the other things. And then in the perfect world, you get the big listenership as well. So, or I'll add in, or the niche listenership, because sometimes you don't need a big listenership. There's people that have made 6 figures with 300 listeners on their podcast.
Absolutely.
So having said all that, Chris, let's get to your questions.
Sure.
So I'll just let you sort of take right over and share how you want to approach this with the questions, because this is, I didn't anticipate us going in this direction, so I'm going to let you take the lead here and let us know.
Well, that's the beauty. That's the beauty, Corey. And I find every time you and I talk, we end up expanding, where we're going. But I think we stayed within a theme. Becoming an author, using that, podcasting. But most importantly, if it's not, being an author, or it's not doing a podcast, it's asking that question, what's 2021 look like? Cause that's where we are. We've got a little bit of time. Everything is going to kind of, I don't want to say the word. I'm going to avoid the word. So I'm going to say that it's going to slow down a bit for everybody over the holidays. Obviously they're coming. And 2021 is going to open up and it's going to open up a lot of things. So I want these questions for everybody to sit and ponder. If you can ponder it today, great. But write them down so you can ponder it either tomorrow, the next day, maybe over a week, maybe over the next little while during the December time frame. But going into 2021, have the answers, because if you do, and I'm going to leave you with a rabbit hole answer or a question, and that's going to be the one that's going to be the toughest. So I'll start off by stating something that really helped me, pass this turbulent time in my life that made a major change, made major things shift, opened up my world. But you have to ask this question: what do you want? What do you want? What is my life? What is it that I really want my life to be? What is it that I want to be? What is it that I'm not expressing myself? Why do I feel stuck? Like, what is it? What do I want? I'm just kind of like paraphrasing a little bit around that question because I want people to really step back and, hey, listen, if your life is perfect, level up, push yourself, because you're comfortable again, and nothing grows when you're comfortable. So I honestly believe if no matter where you are, what level it is, you could be at rock bottom. And I know rock bottom, but you could be at the top as well. And I realize there's going to be all kinds of people in between. But regardless of where you are, what do you want? That's a number one question. But before you get to what do you want, a lot of times people need to understand who they are. So that's really important to kind of preface that a little bit, but it's not part of my 5 questions. 5 questions. What do you want and why do you want it? And the why is so important. And I know a lot of people talk about this, and there's many books around why and that and how and all kinds of stuff. But I'm really going down to the real deal in why. Like, I'm talking about the stuff that you don't really think about. I'm talking about what is the feeling that you want when you get it. That's the 3rd question. What is the feeling? Hey, we're emotional beings, Corey, as you know. Mm-hmm. We create through emotion. We attract this stuff. If you were to think of yourself as a magnet, you're a transmitter and a receiver. So therefore, any emotion that you're putting out into the universe, and you wonder why if you bang your toe in the morning and then something else happens, you're late for work, you spill coffee on yourself, and all this shit starts to happen, and you pretty much sum it up as you had a shitty day, right? We all had that. We've all had things. But here's the thing. We all have a choice on how we want to look at that, and we can change that at any moment as well. Because emotions are so powerful, and we know that we can attract that sequence of events. Well, what if you flipped it around and you can attract the other side of the sequence of events, even if that shit happens to you? It's all a choice every single day. And I had to really go through this. I was very successful. I hit a rock, wall, place, shitty time in my life, but I didn't give up on the optimism of life because I tapped into my feelings. So that's very important. I'm going to recap. What do you want? Why do you want it? What feeling will you have when you get it? And here's the rabbit holes. This goes deeper. Why do you want that feeling? This is where people get real stuck. They don't know why. They think they know why, and then they really think about it, and then they figure out why. And that's really what I want to do with these questions today, Corey. I want people to shift. We don't want just, to tell people stuff. I don't want you to sit here today and look at Corey and I and, yeah, it sounds great about an author. It sounds great about podcasting. I was hoping we'd go here, and I kind of forced it a little bit, Corey, because I'm on fire going into 2021, and I want everybody to do the same thing. We've had a rough year. Everybody, we all had a rough year, no matter what. Whether it was rough financially or, spiritually or, financially, or so I said relationships or whatever the hell it was, physically, we all had a rough year. But going into 2021, we can change that. But you got to go through this sequence. You got to reverse engineer it. Why do you want that feeling? Why is that feeling missing now? Right? And I think one of the most important things for everybody to really realize, why do I want that feeling, and why is that feeling missing? Why is that feeling missing right now? If you're experiencing something and you're not quite sure what it is and you feel stuck, that's probably what's going on. You don't know why you're missing something, and you don't even know what it is. So I encourage everybody to go through the 5 questions. So I'll restate them. What do you want? Why do you want it? What feeling will you get when you would finally achieve it? Why do you want that feeling? And why is that feeling missing? I promise you, folks, I'm a true testament to those 5 questions by shifting everything in my life that I would say, and I'm not some superhero. I'm a super dad. Definitely. I'm a super dad. And I've got my new program coming out for dads in 2021 called the Hero Within Project. I'll talk about that at some other point, Corey, with you, and we'll circle up because I know you're a proud dad as well. But that being said, answer these questions, folks, going into 2021, and you'll forever change the course. You'll forever, make things happen in your life that you never thought were possible. And I have lots of tools to share. In fact, Corey, we can talk about something that I can help other people with, and maybe do a masterclass with all the people that joined up and came in to look at this today, and for free. I want people to go into 2021 doing something finally in their lives that they wanted to do, and no holding back. No matter if you fail or not, it doesn't matter. The only thing failing to me is if you quit. We talked about that earlier. So anyway, that's my soapbox for this morning.
Awesome. Well, and it's funny with StreamYard, the way it works, sometimes it doesn't tell you who the person that made the comment is. So this comment was by Facebook user. So Facebook user says, got the 5 questions. I'll see later who the actual Facebook user was. But
Sure.
But yeah, that is awesome. I think that's going to help people crush it. And so, Chris, I guess as we start winding down, can you tell us, I guess, what? And I know you shared what you went through and why you're fired up to help people and stuff like that. But can you tell us yourself over the last few years? I know, like all of us, you've gone through different changes. Like you mentioned about you were heavily into podcasting. You had the book side of things. You're coaching people. So what has been, do you think, the biggest change for you in the last, say, 4 or 5 years? And do you feel it was a positive change all the way through, or do you think it was like a pull me through this whole thing, kicking and screaming, but now it's positive on the other side? I'd just like to get inside what's gone on in the last little while for you.
Yeah, great question. Well, first of all, hell no. I mean, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I hope I can say that, but I think we're all adults here. I'll tell you, I think it was just a combination of things. You have an idealism. It didn't work out. You start beating yourself up. And one of the things that I've learned 100%, Corey, is you've got to continue loving yourself no matter what happens. We fail a lot of times to do that. We judge ourselves so much. We try to compare ourselves to all these things that are, by the way, watching someone's feed and watching their life on Facebook is not a good judge of what's really happening. And a lot of times people do it and they beat themselves up because my life should be like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So number one, take yourself out of that situation 100%. I'm not saying get off social media, but what I'm saying is you don't have to remember what my first, a piece of advice is: be careful who you listen to. That's it. Listen to yourself first. That's number one. But, I would say over the last little while, I had to learn to love myself again. I lost sight of who I was, getting convoluted into things that, quite frankly, because of my energy, my frequency, my vibration, 100% you have to take responsibility for everything in your life. I never pointed the fingers at anybody. I learned this very, very early in my life, that if I wanted something, it's up to me. No one's coming to save me. No one's going to do shit for me. Now, people will come into your life at times when you're moving forward and you have action and you've got some momentum. I'm not saying you do it all on your own, but in order to get out of the shit you're in, a lot of times you got to start with you, and you got to turn the finger on you, and you got to realize, first of all, why is this stuff happening? And you might not get those answers, but I like asking the question because what it does and it relates to is what's going on inside of me. What's my frequency? What's my frequency? Hey, if we really want to dive into science and all kinds of cool things, I mean, just watch nature. It's a simple formula. Things happen because they're all intertwined, and we're no different as human beings. So therefore, if you want to tap into some really good things in your life, you got to look at your own energy first. And, that's where I put a lot of attention. I moved and shifted my thoughts into what was happening inside of me first. And I discovered I didn't love myself anymore.
Wow. So something you said there that was crucial, I think, Chris, and it's something that I focused on for the last little while myself, is the importance of living an unfiltered life. So you mentioned about try to get away from watching people's filtered lives on social media and saying, I want to be like that person. And I know people, and again, I would never out a name or anything, but I know people who on the surface have everything most people think they would ever want, and realize that it didn't give them that fulfillment or personal happiness that they thought it should give them. And so I know, that it's easy to go, I want to be like I see so-and-so standing in front of this vehicle or that vehicle. But the truth is that a lot of times those people don't really own that vehicle either. So your point about you go down and you're trying to live that person's life. Well, we don't see when the camera goes off when they're standing in front of a mansion and the person says, stop standing in front of my mansion filming, somebody, we don't see that part. So, so I believe in the importance of us living an unfiltered life. Let's get the filters off and start living a real world life and real world.
And at least to yourself. I mean, that's the most important thing, is that you've got to live that unfiltered life and realize you are where you are. But if you want to change that, you've got to learn some different things. You've got to connect with different people. You've got to take action. I mean, nothing's going to happen unless you move. Nothing at all. It's not how the universe works. So one of the things that I did, and maybe this will help some people out there, and that was really the purpose. When you said, "Hey, can you come on?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." I love obviously talking to you all the time, Corey. But I knew you were starting to build a huge tribe. Blue Talks is taking off. Lots of great things. You've done amazing things in your career, and you're still doing them. But one of the things I really wanted to commit to, and this is my commitment to, the future of myself, is I want to help as many people realize that you are an absolute frequency. And if you want to reach something, match the frequency. That's it. It's the secret that everybody, goes around in circles talking about, but it really is exactly what you need to do. So here's an example. I was 25 pounds overweight. Yeah, 25 pounds. So I have big cheeks, because that's where I gain it. Cheeks into my gut, right? Nothing else, like the rest of my body. I was a wrestler, so I have a natural physique, but I had to move, and I committed to something that I knew I could do. And that's what I'm saying to everybody out there. Commit to something you can do physically. You want to make change in your life? Start with your physical. It's the fastest way to get there. And listen, I know I'm talking to an array of people that have maybe issues, all kinds of other things going on in their lives. Maybe physically is tough, but I think you can still do it no matter what. No matter what. Even if, you're in a wheelchair. I believe that you can do something, because I see it. I see evidence of that all the time. People playing sports, people, on skates, all kinds of things you can do. So I believe moving your body is number one. So this is what I committed to when I was going through all this stuff and I was stuck. I didn't know what to do. I was actually in a really bad place, but I knew I can get on a pair of runners, and I knew it was free. I didn't have to spend any money, and I knew I can go for a run. It wasn't a good run, my first one, but 479 days later straight, I did 5K, and I never gave up, because I wanted to shift my life. I wanted to move in a direction that was going to get me physically fit in the process, but it was also going to change the way I saw things, because I can see them changing in my physical. And I knew if I can do that, I can do anything. And I started attracting new people. I made some decisions in my life that were hard. I did things to completely get myself into a situation where, again, I learned to love myself again. And that's when the universe loved me back. And I have amazing relationships. I met, amazing people that I care so much about. And that is so fulfilling for me. And it all started with making one decision, one move. And that was it. I literally put on my running shoes and I went for a run. And if that's not right for you, find something that you can dive into that can show you that just with consistency, doing it and committing. And listen, I didn't give a shit about anybody else at that point, what they thought or what I was doing, because really I felt alone. So I had to commit to myself to change everything. And that was the big shift for me, is committing and making those small commitments, because I'll tell you what happened. That completely shifted my confidence. 100%. You keep small promises to yourself and you will shift your confidence, and you are unstoppable once you get to a momentum where, first of all, I'm okay with what people think about me. It's not your job to like me. It's mine. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly how I feel. I'm not arrogant at all. I'm being a little bit forceful today because I really want to bring a message, is that you're seeing a version of me going into 2020 that's like, again, is my commitment to myself, that I knew 100% that I had to go through the motions to get there, and I wasn't going to force it. I was going to allow it to happen, and I was going to allow the things to come back to me, because my frequency was changing. Money started coming in a lot more, and I'm back at, in a situation where I'm in control of my life, and I'm not allowing anybody to ever, get in control of it again, or seemingly believe that someone had control of my life. That's all. And I want everybody to go into 2021. Just go do what you really, really want to do. Go do it.
Well, Chris, this is a good segue for us to bring things to a close, because, the big $1 million question is, you mentioned that, and you and I can chat about this, how we can maybe hook up something that, might be a mastermind for people that have joined us throughout this week and things like that. But on the other side of the coin, for those that want to reach out to you sooner than that, or just want to reach out to you directly and make that connection, the question, and the $1 million question, would be, where would you send people? Is there a hub? Where can people connect with you going forward?
Yeah, I think my website's the hub. I designed it so that people can understand who I am, and it's simple. It's ChristopherCumby.com. You can see it on the screen here. I put everything there that you can connect with me. I have lots of ways. You want to connect through Messenger, you can click at the bottom of the screen. I've got all the avenues. I mean, I'm on social media. My @Success Playbook is really where you're going to find me on the majors. But Christopher Cumby is going to get you to everything that I've, represent myself as. So if you want to reach out, by all means, I always will find time for people that really want to make changes. But I can't. I won't do one thing. I won't work with people that don't want to, move and change. You don't want to move or change, I'm not your guy. I'm not coming to save you. But if you want tactics and strategies and ways that you can change your life, I'd love to talk to you, because, those are the people I like to be around. People that are shakers and movers.
I love it. And there's the website most people watching the replay, they're going to look in the comments anyway. So it's in the comments, but I thought I'd put it up here for a second as well. So Chris Cumby, I don't know where that one came from. Chris Cumby, this has been an absolute pleasure, as I knew it would be and always is. With your permission, I'll call it a to be continued. And because this conversation we started 5 years ago hasn't finished yet. So Chris, I applaud you. I thank you. You are always a gem and a person that knocks it out of the park and fires us all up to take things to the next level. So thanks for being you. I'm super stoked to hear how you're going into 2021 and what it's going to look like for you. And you and I can circle back and see what we can do for the people that joined up this week. But also, like I said, I want them to go and check out your website as well. So Chris, I really appreciate it.
I appreciate all of you. Have a great day. You guys are amazing. Just know that. And Corey, I love what you're doing, brother. Honestly, I'll support you anytime, any place. And again, for all the people watching and now live, or watching it in the future, by all means, I'd love to help you in any way possible, or connect you with people that can help you, of course, and use our power of influence and network. Corey, have a great day, brother. Make it a good one, as you always do. And I look forward to connecting with you really soon.
Feeling is 1,000% mutual, and I'm going to send you to the backstage so we continue things. But always a pleasure, and to be continued.
Sounds good.
Awesome. So I'm going to bring my co-host on. Kelly Filardo was able to join us now. Kelly, so super stoked to have you here. I know you were listening in the background. Before we bring our next guest on, any thoughts, questions? How's your day going? All those kind of good things?
Well, I love what he was talking about, is that you shouldn't let things hold you back. So, and it brings me to, one of my clients. This is Maria, and this is her book. And when, COVID hit, before it hit, I was going to do an in-person event on how to publish her book. And then what happened is I did it virtual, and she was so ecstatic that I decided to do it virtual. What was happening was that she was going through chemo. And if it would have been in person, she wouldn't have been able to participate. And because I did it virtual, she was able to participate. And now she's a best-selling author.
Amazing.
And it was so cool, because here she was going through cancer treatments, going through chemo, and yet she still wrote a book. And now, it's a best-selling book, and I just got it in the mail yesterday. And I'm just so excited and proud of her, because we shouldn't let things hold us back if we can move forward. So I love what Christopher was saying.
So true. And Kelly, I know after our next guest, you're going to be doing a presentation as well about the book side of things and how to take your book to bestseller status and what that can do for your business and career. So, people stick around for that. But we also have an amazing guest coming up. One last thing I'll add, when Chris said that he's, super connector, and I don't even know if him and I talked about this, but he actually, I was trying to connect with Kevin Harrington for a project we were working on. And the super short version is it didn't work out for the project because of scheduling. I mean, I'm always in the challenge of the fact that my schedule is as chaotic as the people I'm trying to interview too. So it makes it hard for schedules like that. But Chris connected me with the person who ultimately connected me with Kevin. And then, as you know, Kelly, last time we did this event, we had Kevin Harrington on to kick off the event. Well, that all started through the seeds that Chris laid down. And so when he talked about being a super connector, I can validate that as well, because I mean, I can't really say for certain, the Kevin Harrington thing. Well, I mean, I'm blessed as an interviewer to have a lot of 1 degree separation away, but you can never say for sure if something would happen without somebody else. So I have to kind of give Chris kudos for that. And there's an example of being a super connector. So I think if you look at almost all of the interviews I've done, I can almost tell you usually where the seed started. And that was an example where Chris definitely laid the framework for that. So just to back up what he was saying about super connecting.
That's so awesome. I love it. I love how, the connections work, and that's important. You're going to love that about George too, because George is also a super connector too. So yeah.
Awesome stuff. Well, we have a couple of comments here, and then I'm going to bring George right on. This is Joanne saying, sorry to be late, but she'll be watching the replay. Let's see here. I think I see another Rhonda. Williams said, hey, Kelly, hey, Corey. I was just on Rhonda's show here just in the last, it's got to be just like a little over a week ago. She's an awesome interviewer. There was a comment that came in, got the 5 questions. That's in reference to Chris's 5 questions that he revealed. So, hey, everybody, we're going to bring on our next guest, but that's, just a couple of the comments that came in just as Kelly and I were talking here. And so I'm just going to bring him right on the screen because we're going to just get him to maybe do a little bit of an introduction of himself and say our highs to each other. But George, so exciting to have you here with us today.
Hey, nice to meet you guys. Hi, Kelly.
Hey, George. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great. We had Kent online yesterday, and so he was commenting about how amazing you are. So I'm excited about having you on.
I'm a big fan.
Yeah. We were talking about Connect TV, and so so it's cool that you're on too.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Well, this is another example of that whole 1 degree of separation, isn't it? Where you both go together, and then Kent was on yesterday, and even though Kelly knows Kent, I had brought Kent on. So it's like it's still separate connections that are all interconnected.
Yeah.
And I think that's so cool. So George, we're meeting for the first time. And so I think where I'd like to start, I usually try to do this is to get people to just tell us a little bit about themselves, and we'll dive in and learn more anyway. So you don't have to worry about how far back you go or deep you go. But I always find that's a little bit better than me reading a bio, reading somebody's bio holding a piece of paper in front of me.
Right.
So that's cool. If you can just tell us a little bit about yourself, but again, we'll dive in a lot further as we go on.
Absolutely. Well, I'm an entrepreneur, very positive thinker, and I have this belief in abundance, and I love creating it all around me, not only for myself, but everyone that surrounds me. I have multiple businesses. I've always believed that, if you really want to succeed, you can't just do it with one business. You have to spread your seed, so to speak. So you have to diversify. Very important. And best-selling author. Last year, I wrote a book called Do the Hustle, which is about making money in the entertainment industry. I do believe that the ultimate respect comes from the money you make. So no matter what field you're in, especially if you're in the arts, if you can't make money at it, it's a hobby. It's not a career. So I try to keep people in line to make money. And I've been involved with acting, I would say, for 20 or 30 years. And recently, last few years, got involved with music, and it's been very, very successful. I've in the acting world, I've had some of the biggest actors in shows. And now in the music world, I have people in the charts. So there's something that I do that really works as far as communication and people and seeing things from a different perspective. That's something I'm very big in. I don't, you know, people keep hitting brick roads, doing the same thing over and over and over and over again because they don't see anything else. And I like to present a fresh approach in situations. So that's a little bit about me.
Wow. I mean, and so it's funny because on your website, I was reading that you're a true Renaissance man. And so, when I hear those different things that you're doing, I mean, I guess it's more common today than it used to be, but it's still not super common to have somebody carrying that many different, eggs from the basket.
It's very strange because I literally just came out in an article. I didn't tell you this, Kelly, but CEO Weekly named me as one of the top 20 CEOs of 2020. And it's amazing. It's kind of surreal. It's kind of surreal to have that. And I'm coming out in Forbes in a couple of days. To me, that's like, wow. I'm very disconnected with all that stuff. But when I read it, I'm like the third party reading it. I'm like, wow, really? What? Yeah. I don't know. I just, I think that you have to remain humble at all times and be very respectful and grateful for whatever you get, because you have to. You absolutely have to.
And so, George, and I mean, I want to make sure I give Kelly a chance to ask some questions as well. But, George, I guess being somebody that's been in various sides of the entertainment business, I guess, what do you enjoy the most? What's the part that you enjoy the most about it? And I ask this because my other side of my life is I'm a musician, singer, songwriter, a little bit of acting, writing plays, all that kind of stuff. The part I enjoy the most is the writing, which is really weird because I ultimately got forced into the performance. I never wanted to be in the front of the stage. That's a whole big story, but I got tricked to perform stand-up comedy one night, and I continued in the forefront, but I always enjoyed the writing more. So I'm always curious what aspect people enjoy the most, or do they enjoy everything equally?
Wow. Well, for me, I call myself a creator. I love to create. So wherever I could dive in and really do some kind of creation, that's what I'm in for. I love writing. I do. I love that thought of where there's absolutely a blank piece of paper that's actually filling it and creating something that's really beautiful. But I think the biggest thing I love is really putting it all together. I think producing is what I love to do the most, which is to find the best of the best people to fit that project, whatever that project is. And my daughter is having a song released now on the 4th. And she just became like an internet phenomenon this year because of COVID. And she's got right now currently 317,000 followers off this one song that she did. And she did a music video with Bella Thorne. She was very smart doing that. And now we have the release. So the whole point of this is like, I'm here to support her. Like I'm here to support Kelly or you or anyone that has an idea or something that they want to do. And I just kind of have this computer brain where I put all the pieces together and I make it fly. I just do. I think my gift is deciphering the noise and making it into money. That's kind of my gift.
That's a great book title right there.
Yeah, right.
Deciphering the noise and turning it into money or profit.
Next one, maybe the third book.
Yeah, there you go. That's a good name. And I want Kelly, I want to let you jump in here. What I want to ask though, because I'd be remiss to not ask, and I will forget for sure. Your daughter's song. What's the name of it so that people can look it up and check it out?
Oh, it's called "Be Somebody's," and that's her first release. She's actually working on an album. It's almost done, but very proud of her. She's a go-getter. You have to have work ethic. Is the bottom line. I think a lot of the youth today lack that. They don't have the work ethic. They have the attitude like, "Wow, I'm so good looking," or "I'm so smart," or "I'm so whatever." Fill in the blank that the world owes them, and it's just that's not how the world works. You have to have work ethic. So I admire anyone that really goes after what they want.
And her first name is Ava. That's correct, right?
Ava.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just found it. So perfect, Kelly. I don't want to steal all the time and thunder. So Kelly, do you have anything you wanted to jump in and ask George before I continue down my path?
Well, I love the questions that you're asking, and I've been working with George for a little while now, and so I know a bunch about his story. And what I love about you, George, is how passionate you are, and also how you also want to help teens.
Yes,
I think it's so important in these days. It seems like there's a lot of lost teens in this world right now, and they're struggling with anxiety, and they don't know what direction they want to go in. So, can you share a little bit about that? Because I know, you've been working with my son a little bit too to, help him bring some of his dreams to life.
Your son is amazing. Seriously, this kid is, wow, he could be president one day. He really can. I mean, to be that young, that entrepreneurial, and have such vision, that's, my hat's down to him. He's great. But yeah, I think that a lot of teens are lost these days because there's so much information. Back when we were teens, all of us in different levels of generations, we didn't have the internet. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have access to all these things. In other words, the information world. So I think in today's world, there's so much information that it throws people off. And when you're young, you're so susceptible, and it's so easy to get misguided. So it leads to depression. You don't know what you want. All the bullying, the cyberbullying, all this stuff really affects people in such a negative way that it blocks them. But it's no different than us as adults when we have situations in our lives, whether it's divorces, deaths, any traumatic situation, it blocks us. So we have to work through it.
Can you tell us a little bit about Vocal Stars and what you did with that? Because I know you've made some people into superstars, right? And that's what part of this is about is, amplifying your messages and, taking your message out there in a bigger way.
Right.
So can you share more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I created Vocal Star because one day I was watching these reality shows like The Voice, and I've seen American Idol, and my daughter was in the back of my ear saying, "Oh, I want to be a singer. I want to be a singer." I'm like, man, I'm doing so well with the acting world. I should dive into this. And what is it that all these things lack? And I went, okay. What they lack is what I need to do, which is really artist development. Back in the day when a label used to sign you, you would go through artist development and they would develop your image, your songs, and all this. Now it's not necessarily like that. More than likely, you're like a partner with the label where you have to deliver the songs, the image, you have to come ready, and they do the rest. But so I found the gap in that, and that's when I created Vocal Star. And it's gone very well in the sense that so many people have launched from it. And Vocal Star's only been around for 2 years, and I'm just shocked. Every time we have an event, it gets better and better. And we also televise it live. I do a live awards show. That's really incredible. And like the very first one, I had Catherine McPhee, who's David Foster's wife, and we had 166 million viewers. That was incredible around the world. So I know I'm onto something. And anyway, that's a little bit about Vocal Star.
Cool. Corey, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say another thing that I was reading in your bio is that you produced Pop Star, the movie.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And here's the question, like that was a big movie. Is the best way I'll say it. Like Eric Roberts was in it, so a lot of people would be familiar with Eric Roberts' work. A lot of people don't necessarily realize he's Julia Roberts' brother, I don't think, but he's done amazing stuff like Expendables, and that's more new, but he's done stuff all throughout the years. But also, Garth Brooks, I think I saw, had a little cameo as well. But my question is, and this is probably a hard question to ask somebody. It's a hard question to answer probably, but being a producer, a lot of people don't realize you're even involved in the movie. When you're producing a movie, a lot of people don't see that name. Is that part ever bothered you? Because for some people, I think that'd be the hard part. They love creating stuff, but not everybody realizes you created it. In fact, the screenwriter is seen probably more than the producer often. People in the industry know, of course, but I mean outside the industry.
Well, number one, I have no ego, so I don't really care. To me, it was a creative endeavor, but at the end of the day, it's about money. It's about making money. So as long as I'm compensated, I'm good. I don't need to, you know. I mean, the only reason I'm in the forefront right now is because I obviously have something to say, because I've transformed so many people's lives, and I mean hundreds and hundreds of people, that obviously I do have this knack and this gift, and I need to share it to the world. So I feel it's part of my calling, which is it's the only reason. If not, I have zero ego. I don't care about that. I care about the money, and I care about creating success, and I care about being in that moment of creation. That's what I love. That to me is my lights, camera, action, where I could actually put it together. Now, being producer, there's different types of producers. There are producers that are like, you know, when they work out a deal, actors, you see that they're producers. They're not really, they're just getting a producer title. Some people, you know, that it depends on the type of producer. I call myself a creative producer because I like to be involved in the inception on the script. Like with Popstar, Carlos Portugal, the writer-director, whom I've known since high school, pretty much. Incredible director. He wrote it. It was like 2 years in the making to make the script, because I say your movie's as good as your script. So you know, if your script is tight, you're gonna have a great movie. That's the bottom line. So like I said, I was involved from the very, very first inception, and the story behind that was about female empowerment. And I just, you know, having a daughter when she was really young, I just felt that was something very important, a very important message to say. And it's a story about somebody that is a singer. Ironically, my daughter became a singer, had no idea. And someone steals her voice. This socialite steals her voice and becomes famous over her songs. So it's her journey to find her voice within the voice, and it's a really interesting film. But what I loved about it was that I was hands-on with every single thing. I mean, you name it, I was a part of it, and I loved it.
And now, so I guess the other aspect of that, you said a key thing there. I caught you said it maybe 3 times now since we started, which is about the money side. And so here's the thing that I think a lot of people struggle with. And I'll admit, you know, Kelly and I are both Canadian. So we Canadians by nature, I think, struggle with this, with the idea of being okay talking about money, okay with the idea of making money. Like we have some sort of guilt around money. And yeah. I love how that you so openly said a few times, you know, it's about the money, and that's what allows me to continue creating and whatever. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that come from that. You can help more people. You're more sustainable, so you're not always struggling. And there's all kinds of great things that can come from understanding the importance of whatever that looks like to you, but earning a living from what you're doing. Yeah. Do you think that we need to start embracing that more, like being okay with earning money? Okay with
honestly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think that people put too much weight on money. Money's just a thing. It's a piece of paper, and they give it the weight of the world. It means absolutely nothing. The most important thing is for you to remain, I'm going to go back and say humble, be who you are. You know, I'm the same person, whether I'm broke, and I have been broke. I've lived out of my car eating rice, and people thought I was so wealthy, to because I've made 3 different fortunes in my life, and it's in my book. And there's something I do right, and something I did wrong, which I no longer do. And what I did wrong was thinking that it's going to be there forever. And that's what people do. When you are on a rise on anything you do, and you're in that trajectory, you think that's it. It's never going to change. But what goes up goes down. That's why you have to diversify. And in multiple businesses, when I have a business that goes down, the other one's going up. And, you know, I just think that you need that stability factor. And then you never have to worry about money. Another thing is, I don't see why anyone should be embarrassed to discuss money, because, I mean, if it wasn't for money, I wouldn't be here talking to you guys right now. You know, I wouldn't have helped hundreds of people. If I didn't help them in that direction, No one would even know my name. So, so that is the bottom line, is creating success. With that, you end up finding your own center. You find your strength. You find your power if you do it in the right way. And you also learn the act of balance, because if you focus just on money, you're never going to have enough money. You're never going to have anything. One day you're going to look back and you're going to realize, oh, what happened to my life? It was over there. And you're going to have nothing but money. But money is not the end all on a personal level, just on a business level. So, so you need to have balance. That's the key factor. And if you keep balance, you don't give so much power to money. I really believe in myself, and I believe in destiny. I do. So I do believe that I put myself out there, and I don't think about, oh, I'm going to make money at this. I don't. I create something because I love it. I just happen to be lucky. 7 out of 10 times it hits. The other 3 times I lose. But I have the saying, you have to lose to win,
Well, and I want to talk about, as we go into the next stage, I want to talk about creation and how it relates to your book, and circle back around to the book side of things. But something just to add on to what you just said there, George, is I had interviewed, it's going back maybe 5 years ago now, a gentleman who passed away a couple of years ago. His name was Bill Bartman. And Bill Bartman at one point was the 25th richest man in America. And how he did it, which was really kind of mind-boggling, is he took the credit industry and turned it on its head. He said he basically bought old debts, but what he did differently is he hired staff, and he said, what I want you to do is help these people get back on their feet before we try to collect any of the money.
Wow.
So they helped them find jobs and all this. He ended up getting nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize as a debt collector.
Wow.
Unheard of. But
incredible.
I know it's
a debt collector.
I don't know how often that's happened before, but it's not been often.
I've never heard it.
And I hadn't either until I met this guy. But the interesting part is it was like, I think his net worth was like 4.5 billion or something like that. And he said, Corey, at that point, like, we could take all our staff if we wanted. We could like basically go to like Dodger Stadium and take all their staff and fly them there. And he said, you can do anything you want when you're at that level, but one thing you can't do is make yourself happy. And he said what he found out is that he was no happier when he accumulated that wealth than when he was broke. But the really intriguing part about him telling me that was it was after he lost everything. So he was telling to me as somebody who didn't still have 4-point-something billion. And he said, I thought the money was going to make me happy. It didn't. But he said, what I love is creating. So I'm going to get back there again. And I said, so you think you'll ever be the 25th richest? He said, no, why would I do that? I've already done that before. I'm going to be 24th. But the interesting scenario, though, just to finish that off for people that might want to research him, is what happened was his business partner did some shady stuff and basically brought the whole company down. He lost the whole company. And he said the hardest part for him was the 4,000 employees that weren't able to work anymore. So he started from the ground up. He was acquitted because he had nothing to do with it. But what the other guy did still basically shut the company down. And so whenever I interviewed him, I don't know where he ended up. I never asked. But I know at the time, whenever we interviewed him, he was up to 250 million again. And he'd only been like 2 years in from broke.
Wow.
He was going to build it again. But I mean, the point of this whole thing is he realized even at that level, 25th richest man in America, the money on its own, he said he felt no different as a person. He said, but I will say life is easier because you don't have to stress about what you would have to stress about when you don't have money. But he said, as far as me as a person,
different choices.
Yeah, you can make different choices. And he said the other part about money is it allowed him to do what I just said, 4,000 employees, throw them really cool parties, treat them a certain way. But yeah, I just, what you said is the money on its own. There's a quote in Think and Grow Rich, and everybody thinks that from the Bible, and everybody thinks, I guess, in the Bible that it says money is the root of all evil. And what Napoleon Hill says is the correction. What it actually says in the Bible is the love of money is the root of all evil. And even that, I think you have to read into it. What they're saying, I think, is greed behind it, like only loving money to say you have money over somebody. That's how I take it. It's all perspective.
It's like anything. Too much of anything is just not good for you. I don't care what it is. So if you want to put money in that equation, too much of it is not good for you. If that's your sole purpose in life, I mean, life is abundant. It really is. And the big fear about why people have issues with money is really the concern about the future, lacking confidence in themselves, not believing in themselves. I mean, at the end of the day, they don't believe in themselves. And this is what I tell people all the time. It's like, you don't believe in yourself. And what? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Because if you believed in yourself, you wouldn't care. You wouldn't care. Like, honestly, I know it hurts, but deal with pain. Deal with it. So if I go broke tomorrow and I never make another dime again, I will find the way to be happy. And that's it. You know what? Because I'm already aligned. You know what makes me happy? My family, my kids, my friends, making a change. I'm going to continue to make a change no matter what, even if I'm broke. That's just kind of what I'm here to do. But I also have this other gift, which is pretty amazing. But yeah, I do believe that if you just focus just on money, that's not good. It just brings you down. It really does, because you're never going to have enough. It's like the person that wants to lose weight. They have 100 pounds to lose, and they're like, "Oh, I'll never lose it," and they start gaining like 5 pounds a year, 5 pounds a year, because they're looking at the final result, and it's too overwhelming. So if they just focus on here, today, and now, they'll probably lose that 100 pounds within the year. But no, they look at the final result. It's too much. So if you're looking at money like, oh, I want to buy this house and I want to do this and I want to do that, and that's too much. It's too much pressure on you. Why would you put that pressure when it's fake pressure? It's not reality. It's the future. Look at what you got right now. So what do you have right now that could make money? You. There's something within all of us that the world needs that you can make money on, whatever that might be.
So true. Wow. And like I said, I guess I didn't say, but I didn't plan for us to go into a money conversation, but I'm glad.
Yeah, that's all right. No problem.
Glad we did. But Kelly, I want to throw it back over to you. Like I said, I want to talk to George in our last time together here about the book side of things, because I want to make sure we highlight his book, but also for those listening that want to become future authors, to maybe talk about his early experiences on the book side. But Kelly, did you want to jump in a little bit there, because you would know a little bit more than me on the book side?
Kelly,
me being a single mom, I remember when I made that transition, leaving my marriage, and one of my biggest fears was, how am I going to live without having that man to support me, right? And so that was one of the biggest reasons I wouldn't leave my marriage. And so, now that I am a single mom and it's been 10 years, and it's like, I look back at all the things that I've done and I think, wow, right? Like, I've done that in 10 years. Like, my life story is a documentary, my book, and it's become a documentary. And like, this is like incredible that I've taken my kids to Africa. I've, taken them skydiving. I've done all these things as a single mom.
Amazing.
Right. And so it's so cool to be able to say that, a lot of people get stuck on doing one thing and they think that's the only thing that they can do. And so they don't open their minds up to, okay, what else? What else is out there for me? And I think that that's what a lot of people need to start doing, is tapping into their gifts and the other things that, their life has held them back from, right? Like, a lot of times we hold ourselves back and we don't allow ourselves to move forward. And I think that that's what COVID has done. It's really making us reflect on, what else do I want? Or what else have I not been doing because I was stuck in my dead-end job that I hated, right? So
you got a really good point there, Kelly, because especially with COVID, a lot of people are complaining that, oh, their lives are over or their businesses are over and they're suffering. And even though I'm very sensitive to that, and that may be true, there's also a time of opportunity. And it just, you have to be flexible in life and you have to adapt. The thing about life is change. It's always change. Like what you just went through, when you went through your divorce and you were faced with these decisions, and then there you are taking your kids to Africa and living an extraordinary life, that's what we have to do. We have to adapt and change. And now during COVID, I totally turned my business around online, and I started doing many, many different things online, and it just created success, which was incredible, including my Vocal Star event. I just did it online. I couldn't do the live awards show, but I ended up doing like a live showcase, and it was incredible. Kent did it. Kent televised it with Connect TV, but it went really incredible. But so it's thinking outside the box and seeing what you have to do to adapt.
Exactly. Totally true. Yeah, it's all about how else can I pivot? I've got some speaker friends that are out there, and when COVID hit, like they lost everything, and I did too. But I then pivoted into coaching people to become best-selling authors and write their books, whereas he had nothing else to pivot to. Right? So it's like, what else can we do? And as a result of me pivoting, I made more money in 2020 than I did in 2019.
Incredible.
Right? So it's all about opening up, right? Opening up, being creative, create something, right? That's what we're all here to do, is be creators.
Absolutely.
And Joanne commented here, I agree, life has changed and there's always opportunity. We have to adapt, change, and open our sight lines to see what is possible. And absolutely. I have to agree. And it's funny, Kelly, what you just said, or ironic, I guess, but it's even sometimes it's challenging to say, I'm having a banner year in 2020, because I've seen people comment, you shouldn't say that in 2020 because other people are struggling. And, that goes back to that point about it makes it hard because you're trying to inspire people that it is possible to get through this. I don't know your thoughts on that, George, but that's the thing I see people commenting on that.
Honestly, you can't limit yourself by what somebody else is going to think. You can't. I mean, people have a choice on how they receive information. They do. They could take it the right way or the wrong way, but I just think it's very important that you're authentic. And if you're creating some kind of a success, you're making more money than ever. Fantastic. I just think it's great, because I believe that the world's abundant anyway. It's great. It shows me that, what, there's something better for me. Maybe I should think outside the box even more. Maybe I should break that box. Maybe I should look at the fact that the heck with boxes, it's a whole new world.
I love it. Let's look at, maybe should be box be cardboard, maybe not. So George, I mentioned on the creative side. So as far as the book itself, what was the catalyst and what was the writing process like?
Which book? My first book, Do the Hustle?
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that one first then.
Yeah. The reason I wrote the book was because I had so many clients that came up to me saying, "Oh, George, I got an agent. I'm going to move to Hollywood." And, as soon as I graduate high school, I'm going to move to Hollywood. And I would go, okay, so what's your plan? Well, I'm just going to work. Really? Do yourself a favor. Give up acting. Don't do it. Don't go to Hollywood. Don't do anything. Because if you have that mindset, you've already failed. I'm going to save you the one thing in life you never get back, which is time. Time is the one thing you'll never get back. Money comes and goes, but not time. And you have to have a plan. So I decided to write the book on that. And then I asked myself these questions, because I believe that, you always get your answers in life when you ask yourself the question, not anyone else. Ask yourself. So I'm like, who the heck am I to write a book anyway? And I went, well, I come from 3 generations of self-made millionaires in completely different industries. Yet, we've all managed to do it with the same process. So I obviously have something to say. And I also thought to myself, well, I've got all these years of experience of failures. Forget the wins, the failures. That's what's really important. And if I could save people time, once again, it goes back to time. If they could learn from my failures and they know the pitfalls of what to avoid, they could have what they want much sooner in life. So that's why I wrote the book. And I honestly never thought it would become bestseller or become #1. And I never thought that. And I didn't write it for that reason. But like I say, in business, you don't do something to achieve a result, because, like actors that, oh, I want to win an Oscar. Well, what does that mean? You know, that's a thing. That's a result of your hard work. You can't do something because you want to obtain something like that. It's a setup for failure. You know, you have to really love your craft to get so into it. And if the world notices you, then you come in. But if it doesn't matter. You're doing this for you because you have something to say. So, so when I did this book, and it within a week it became a bestseller, I was just like, what? You know, 1 million copies later, I was like, this is weird and surreal. I just did this for my clients. How did this go like this? And I realized, okay, the universe is showing me I got to like go this route now. Obviously, I have something to say because people like it. I didn't even like the book. I just thought, well, because I wrote it for 18 and under, really. And most of the audience was adults. And I'm like, oh, boy. So this new book is, I believe, way better. And it's much more me. And I think it's more broad for the business people, for any industry. And I think it's going to help a lot of people. I really do. And, you know, a lot of the focus and a lot of our problems goes back to childhood. It really does. And nobody ever deals with it. Nobody ever deals with whatever situation happened in childhood. You know, we become adults, we graduate high school, we start dating, we start this. Some people go to college. You just keep moving on, but you just carry all this little extra luggage with you that later on in life, you realize, well, why isn't my life working? Why do I have this problem? Why do I have that problem? They haven't dealt with core issues that went way back. So, so I dive into that, and as well as other things. It's a really cool book.
Wow. And, you know, as we start to bring things to a close, George, I have to ask you then, you know, you sort of glossed over really quickly, but that first book, you know, selling 1 million copies is not common with books. Is there anything that you feel that you noticed, despite, you know, aside from the universe helping you and wanting this book to reach so many hands, is there anything you've seen that moved the needle as a strategy that you could share with other people?
I really don't know. I think it's sold because of the cover and because of the name, to be honest. And I think it was released just at the right time when I didn't have much competition. That's what I believe. I could be right or wrong. That's more Kelly's arena than mine. But I really do. I mean, it was a really cool cover, half my face, and just do the hustle. I mean, the word hustle, I think, like, attracts attention, right? So,
well, I mean, there's some golden nuggets there, though, still, George, because how many people these days just slap a cover together and don't put a lot of thought to, is this cover going to resonate with people? And on the title, I mean, I know people that, you know, their title is like this long, and that's not the subtitle, that's the title. And, you know, most people aren't going to, it's not going to stick in their head and stick with them. Like Think and Grow Rich, I believe firmly that title was a big part of why that book was such a success. I mean,
absolutely. I agree with you.
And there's a lot of books like How to Win Friends and Influence People is a longer title, but it's like, you're like, oh, that's what I want in my life. It tells you exactly what you can get from this book. Those books, I wouldn't say the covers are very sexy, but the titles were what everybody needed at that time. So timing. But yeah, so there's golden nuggets there, George, because I do think people should spend more time on their titles and covers. So I still think it's a golden nugget.
Absolutely. I mean,
yep. I did a mastermind that I did yesterday because I've got my book program that I'm doing with people, and so we had hot or not titles. So each of the client, the people could put what their title was, and then everybody would vote whether they thought it was hot or not. And it was so cool to see because, you know, they are the book buyers. So you want to know what do your book buyers think of your title? So, but yeah, I love the title, Screw the Hustle. I think it's an excellent way. It's all about.
The hustle, yeah. And the new book, I mean, I love the title of the new book, Focus, Strategy, Power. Just 3 key words. That's it. And yeah, it kind of resonated to me, and I went through so many different names, and it says it all. I'm a big believer that whatever name you have should just say it, you know, like Vocal Star. It's exactly what it says. That's exactly, it's the name. The celebrity experience is exactly what it is. So I love titles, Do the Hustle. The reason I chose that is like, since I was going into the music space when I wrote the book, every chapter was based off of a song. And there was a relevance to that song in the chapter. And one of them was a 70s song, Do the Hustle, which is chapter 2. And I thought that's the title. That's just the title.
And it worked.
Yeah.
You can't, like you said, the universe was guiding you in so many ways. How could you argue when that came to you? It's just a side note for people, just behind the curtain, people wouldn't know. And then, George, I want to find out how we can learn more from you as we wind things down. But Jack Canfield came up with the title for Chicken Soup for the Soul. And
wow.
And a lot of people don't know that. I mean, him and Mark wrote the book together, and they were struggling. He said for like 4 months, they were doing focus groups trying to come up with this title for the book. And he said he got into a meditation one morning, and it wasn't, I forget, I'm going by memory now, but it wasn't chicken soup, but it was like, I'm going to say chicken froth or something. It was something similar. And he's like, oh yeah, it's, soothing. And the stuff started coming to him. And then he said in the meditation, he just kind of said, stop trying to force it, just leave it be. But he recognized it was a powerful moment. And then he said it popped in his head, like the rest of it, and it's Chicken Soup for the Soul. He said, I got off to finish my meditation. I got on the phone with Mark. I said, Mark, the book title, Chicken Soup for the Soul. Mark said, that's the title. And he said the two of them got on a call. I mean, this would have been probably a conference call back in the day to the publisher and said, Chicken Soup for the Soul. He goes, I don't know what you're talking about, but that's the title of your book. And it was just done. But again, imagine if Jack didn't listen to that calling or a universe telling him this is what your title should be. And he said they tried for 4 months and couldn't come up with anything.
Is that Mark Donnelly?
No, Mark Victor Hansen.
Oh,
so
okay.
Jack Canfield and Mark Victor Hansen, they're the co-creators of Chicken Soup.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's $1 billion title because the book series has sold 700 million copies. So it's $1 billion brand. And it all came back to the title, which goes back to what you said about how important the title is.
Yeah, absolutely.
But the universe gave it to him because, like I said, if he was in that meditation and he said, don't bug me now, I'm meditating, and he said, so I asked him, what's the most powerful thing you teach people? What's the thing that if you only do this thing, what's the thing that moved the needle the most in your career, Jack? And he said, my hour of power. And I said, what's that? And he told me about it. And it's that every day before he starts his day, he spends 20 minutes meditating, 20 minutes learning, and 20 minutes exercising. And I said, why is that the most powerful? He said, well, I'm doing what we know we're supposed to do before most people wake up. But the bigger part is I came up with that title during a meditation, and that title built my whole career. So, that hour he gave himself, obviously it paid dividends, was getting the title. But anyway, yeah, I mean, so as far as title goes, whenever I think about a title of a book series, I think about that title because of how iconic it is. But the universe gave it to him. So like you said, the universe said, this is your path, and you have to listen sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can't fight it.
No.
George, I said the last question, but again, maybe the most important, unless Kelly, you have anything else you want to ask George before he runs. But my last question is simply how we can learn more. If people want to connect with you, if they want to get the next book, if they want to know exactly when it's dropping, all that kind of stuff, is there a hub or a place you send people?
On my website, georgecaceres.com. That's where all my information is. So
that's the easiest one.
That's the easiest one. Absolutely. Or, Instagram, I'm very accessible. So I respond to everyone.
Yeah, so messages too. Awesome.
Yeah.
And are you active on all the social platforms, or is Instagram the one?
Yeah. Well, yeah, no, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. Yeah, Twitter.
So people can find you. That's the key thing.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Well, George, from my end, this has been an absolute pleasure. I came into it with no expectations, but I knew it was going to be great. But yeah, it was. I mean, you dropped so many. My friend John Lee Dumas with Entrepreneurs on Fire calls them value bombs. You dropped so many value bombs that people are probably taking notes that their fingers are probably sore. So thank you and actually come. Oh, it's been our pleasure.
Thank you, and thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome. Thank you, George. It's so great to see you.
All right.
Awesome. We'll let you run, but with your permission, we'll call it a to be continued because I feel like we barely scratched the surface.
Absolutely. I'm here.
Awesome. Thanks, my friend. We'll spread the word about all the good things you're doing.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Thanks, George. Have a great day.
So Kelly, awesome stuff. Kelly, I'll give you the credit. You made it possible to have George here, and he absolutely crushed it. So thank you for, as always, selecting the right person. It's all about energy, and you have that right energy. So
thank you. Yeah, he's awesome. He's an awesome guy. I love the work he does. One of the things he didn't even mention was that he actually dated Cher when he was young. Yeah, he did.
Well, not everybody can say that. That's pretty.
I know. Right? When he was just a young guy, he talked about that one time. So yeah, he's done some incredible things in his life, and it's so nice to have such really inspirational people who want to help other people, and that's what I really love about George and Kent. Like Kent and George are just so humble. And they're like best friends, the two of them, right? So it's so cool to see, the magic that they're doing in this world.
Awesome. Well, it doesn't surprise me because, I can see how humble both are, and so it doesn't surprise me at all that they're good friends, and also they feel like they have a similar energy and vibe too. So I think exactly. we become magnets and we draw the right people to us. So I feel like they probably drew each other in terms of the similar energy. So that's awesome. That's right. So Kelly, now you're up. You're going to take over and do a presentation for us before we do our break for the day. I've actually been fiddling. I want to have a thing. You helped me yesterday because when we actually stopped to take our break, then I had to give new streams to everybody. So Kelly, thanks for advising me of that. So this time around, I actually have a be back soon thing I've done up. So we'll leave that running through the break, and people can take a break and sit there on the screen. They don't have to actually log off, but it could be just in the background. But before we get to the break, I want to pass everything over to you, and you'll have about 45 minutes roughly to take us through your presentation. And I'm just going to disappear into the back side of things. If that works, I'll let you take over.
Yeah, on 1 second, because I am just going to get my presentation up while we're here.
Yeah, let's make sure you can share it and see it on the screen.
Oh yeah, make sure I can share. Thank you.
I think you should be able to on your side, just with clicking the share screen, but you let me know if you can't.
Okay, let me just go back here onto share screen. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can.
All right. So I'm going to disappear then and let you take right over.
Okay, excellent. Great, thank you. Okay, so I haven't done a presentation in a little while. So anyways, I'll never forget the day that when I became a speaker, I hired a coach. And I remember her saying to me, Kel, now that you're a speaker, you need to be an author too. And I said, what? I don't know how to write a book. I really didn't. At that time, I didn't know how to write a book. And she said, no, when you're a speaker, you're going to get asked to speak for free. And this way, if you have a book, you will then have a product to sell. She said, not only that, when you are a speaker and you get up on stage and share your story, and then people want to take a little piece of you home with them. And so then you have a book so that they can learn more about you and your message. And she said, the third reason that you want to be an author is to develop more credibility. So being an author helps you get that credibility that makes you look like you're an expert. So I said to her, okay, but I don't know how to write a book. So my presentation today is going to be all about talking about the 7 steps on how to publish your book on Amazon. Okay? So let's go right into it. And I'm going to share my screen. Is it? Let's see here. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Okay, so how to publish a book on Amazon. So my first book is called No Risks, No Rewards. So basically, I had no idea how I was going to write a book. But I just thought, well, let's just get it out there. Let's figure it out. So what I did is I basically just wrote anything and everything that I wanted to write about. And I wrote all about my story. And I just wrote everything. Like the first part was all about how I got burnt as a 2-year-old. I had my mom write some letters. And in the letters, she wrote about what happened because I got burnt as a 2-year-old to most of my body. And I kind of knew, but I didn't really know. And so my mom shared her perspective of what she went through when I got burnt. And her story is just so vulnerable. It's so heartbreaking, to watch your little 2-year-old get burnt and then have to go through all your surgeries. And every 2 years, I would have to go back to the hospital for more surgeries. And, my mom would be at the hospital with me all the time, right? I'd spend a whole month of my summer holidays in the hospital. And so the first part of that book is all about my journey of growing up as a burn survivor and then finally getting married and from marriage, and I got divorced. I have 3 beautiful kids, and I talk about, losing my baby. And, so the first part is all about my journey. And then the second part of my book is all about different things that I believe in. So success, perseverance, overcoming, all of those kind of things. So my first book came out and I was like, oh my gosh, this is incredible that I'm actually an author, right? But then what happened was, is that my friend said to me, you know what? You need to be a best-selling author. And I said, what? Why? I don't know how to be a best-selling author. I don't even know how to do that. Like my thoughts were that you had to, go like be a New York Times best-selling author where you had to sell thousands and thousands of books. And I thought, well, I don't know thousands of people that are going to want to buy my book. Like there's no way. And so anyways, I somehow figured out how to do it. The universe showed me this course that I could take to learn how to be a best-selling author. So then that's what I did. But anyways, so these are 5 of my books. So there's No Risk, No Rewards, which is my first one. And then Self-Esteem Doesn't Come in a Bottle. That became my very first best-selling book. And what I had to do is basically what you do is you get everybody you know to buy your book on one day. And while that is true, that's what you need to do, it's also very stressful. And especially for me, because what happened is I ended up with 3 viruses on 3 different computers on launch day. Plus, my daughter had to go to the hospital because she was really, really sick. And I was like, oh my gosh, how am I going to do this? So anyways, here I am in the hospital room with my cell phone, texting my friends, can you buy my book today? Can you buy my book today? And finally, at 1 a.m., I made the bestseller list. And to make the bestseller list on Amazon, you don't have to sell thousands of books. You can, right, if you want to sell thousands of books. But on that one day, you just need to get into the top 100 of your category. And when you make the top 100 of your category, you take a screenshot of it because Amazon does not let you know that you've become a best-selling author. You are responsible for that. So you need to watch it every hour on the hour. And when you watch Amazon every hour on the hour, you will see yourself moving up the rankings, but not until you make the top 100. So it's kind of tricky because you don't always know where you are in the rankings until you show up on that list. So Self-Esteem Doesn't Come in a Bottle was my very first best-selling book, and I wrote it 6 months after No Risk, No Rewards. So then my third book, 1,000 Tips for Teenagers. So what happened is my co-author, Martin Pressay, said to me, Cal, I want to write a book for teenagers, and I want to be a best-selling author. And I said, okay, and let's do it. And he goes, well, how are we going to write 1,000 tips? Like, that sounds like impossible to do. And I said, Well, we're going to get 100 people to each write 10 tips. And then we'll have 1,000. And he's like, oh my God, that is like so brilliant. I said, yeah. And then we have those 100 authors who will be able to promote the book for us and help us get on the bestseller list. So there was a method to my madness of doing it this way, because I now had 100 authors promoting the book. And in fact, we ended up with 120 authors. So it was an excellent way to get the book onto the bestseller list. So then I wrote another book, which I don't have a picture up on here, and that's the 7 Ways to Embrace the Real You. But then this next book, Still Beautiful. So Still Beautiful is not only a best-selling book, but it's also a documentary about my life story. And what happened is I pitched my book proposal, Still Beautiful, to a broadcaster. And the broadcaster said, we want the story. We love it. This is exactly the type of programming that we want on our network. We want it. And so they actually put money into the pot. We hired producers and we did some filming for about, I think it was about 6-7 weeks. We did filming. They even recreated my accident of me getting burnt as a 2-year-old. Hospital scenes. They even did recreations of my hospital scenes and school scenes. And, you know, it's a beautiful documentary. And it's something I never thought that I would have in my life, is a documentary about my life story. But it actually happened. I mean, that's the power of what we can do with our story. We can make a book out of it. We can make a documentary out of it. We can impact people. And in fact, a video that was done about my story by Goalcast has almost 10 million views. And it's so cool because I can say that I've helped almost probably more than 10 million people because of all the speaking and the podcast and the summits and everything that I've done. And I'm not saying this because I want to brag about me. I am saying this because I want you to know what's possible for you. This is what the world is all about. It's all about taking our story and changing it and making it into something that's going to impact the world. It would be very easy to look at my life and say, oh my gosh, she has such a tragic story. Can you imagine being burnt as a 2-year-old to most of your body, you know, and being called the Scarface girl, right? And, you know, I've lost a baby. I've been through my parent divorce, my own divorce. Right? I've been in car accidents. I've had so many things happen to me. And somehow I keep overcoming. And now it's my purpose to share my journey with you so that you too can have a great life. So you too can see that you can make lemonades out of lemons. I don't know if you can see my daughter's dog is with me now. So anyways, that's what this is all about. Let's take our stories and help people. My last book is called The 5 Types of Men on the Dating Sites and How to Spot Them. And this is a cool book. What I did with this book is basically took a Facebook Live video that I had done for 20 minutes. And then I had somebody type it up for me. I formatted it as a book. And then I paid somebody to do a cover for me. And I put it up on Amazon. And it's like 3 steps. It was crazy. I was just so amazed how easy it was to do this book, because most people think they have to write pen to paper. You don't have to. You can speak it. Okay? You can speak your book. And that's what I did, is I spoke the book and then made a book out of it. So that's how easy it can be. And that's actually what I teach my clients to do. And the Get Your Book Done workshop that we're doing right now, it's all about recording your book. And believe me, it flows better when you do it that way. So let's keep working on this. To write your book, you write the video or you record it. The second thing you do is you create the document in the right page size. So it's 5 1/4 by 8 1/2. Make sure you have the proper margins. You need a margin for the gutter so that it binds properly. And then you put your page numbers in the center and the bottom. The next thing you do is you hire an editor. Okay? So with an editor, there's two types of editors. So there's one type of editor that basically just does grammar and proofreading and typos. They do minor fixings. Then there's like a story development editor. And that editor, what they do is they go really deep into your story. So they talk more about flow and character development. They go into more deeper into the content, and they actually do a lot of the rewriting for you. So this is perfect for the person who thinks they can't write a book. So if you think you can't write a book, you get the basics down, and then the editor can take over and help you and make it even better. Okay. The next step, get your cover designed. Now, I love this process. What I suggest that you do when you get your cover designed, as soon as you know your title, so as soon as you know the title, I get my cover designed. And the reason I do that is because I want to put it up on social media. So what you do is you take your cover, you put it up on Facebook, and maybe put 2 or 3 different styles of covers, and then you get everybody to vote, and you get their opinions. And the reason you want their opinions is for a couple reasons. One is you want their opinion so that so that they're getting excited about your book, so that they know that you're writing a book, and so that they can offer you suggestions. The reason you want their suggestions is because they are your book buyer. You're not the book buyer, you're the author. So don't get so attached to what you think your cover should look like. What you want to do is get your clients or your book buyers to give you their feedback, because they're the ones who are going to put out the $20 for your book. So their feedback is crucial, right? Because they're the ones who are going to buy your books. Okay? The other reason why I tell you put it up on Facebook or Instagram, wherever you love to hang out, wherever your tribe is because you want to get them excited about your book, so that when you're ready to sell your book, you already have a group of people who know that it's coming out. Okay? And so that is crucial. As soon as you know what your book cover or title is going to be, get it up on social media. Get it up there. Start promoting. Okay? Don't wait until your book is done and start promoting. Start promoting as soon as you know what your title is. Okay? And get your cover designed. Crazy dog here. Okay, so there's 2 things that you need when you're going to go on to Amazon. Okay, so when you're going to publish your book, what you need is a cover and you need a manuscript. Okay, your manuscript is a PDF file of the book. Crazy dog, he's sitting right beside me. So then when you want to publish your book, you go to Amazon. Okay, you go to kdp.amazon.com. Okay, don't go to Seller Central. You want to go to kdp.amazon.com. KDP is awesome because what you do is you upload your manuscript, you upload your book cover, and then you fill out a few more things, and we're going to go through the Amazon checklist that you need. And then what happens is you submit it to KDP, and then KDP decides. They go through a quick little approval process. And then once they approve your book, then it'll be ready for sale. Now, here's what I love about KDP. Back when I started selling books 10 years ago, what you would have to do is you would have to get your books printed and published. Then you would get 500 copies made, and then you would send them to the Amazon depots. And there was, I think at that time, there was 5 different depots. And so once you sent them to Amazon, if the book didn't sell, Amazon would charge you a warehouse fee. So you were spending money on printing the books, which was usually $10 to $20, somewhere in that range. Then you would have to pay shipping to Amazon to the 5 different depots. And books are expensive to ship because they're so heavy. And then what you would have to do is pay the warehouse fee if they didn't sell. Okay? So now how it works is you take your manuscript, you take your cover, you upload it to them, and then they put it on Amazon. You can buy author copies at wholesale if you like. No problem there. You can buy as many as you like, and you're going to pay the same price. So it doesn't matter if you're buying 1 book or 100 books or 1,000 books, it's the same price, okay? So then what you do is once it's up on Amazon and people start buying it, Amazon then tells KDP, okay, print Kelly's book, send it to George in California. And then they do it. And then they give you your royalty check after you've made, I think it's $100 in sale royalty fees. Then they will send you a check or they will deposit it directly into your bank account. Okay? So it's a beautiful, beautiful system because you don't have to have an inventory of books. The other beautiful thing about it is that you actually don't even have to pay KDP a fee to put your book up there. So you technically could do a book for free. You really could. Okay, you could have a friend who's a graphic artist that could design your book cover for you. As far as an editor goes, yes, editors, they cost you money. But maybe you have somebody in your community who is an editor that would love to do it for you for free. Who knows? KDP, it's free. So you technically could do a book for free. Okay? So that's totally up to you how you want to do it. But I highly recommend, if you want to get into the self-publishing world, just do it. Get it up on kdp.amazon.com and take your book to a whole new level. So this is what you're going to need when you get onto Amazon. Basically what I did is I went onto KDP and I took I wrote down everything that Amazon's going to require you to have. So these are step by step. These are actually in exact order that it is on KDP. So this is a checklist. And if you want this checklist, you can just email me or go to the 7stepsauthor.com and you can grab the free blueprint there. But anyways, so the first thing they're going to ask you is language. So what language is your book in? The second thing they're going to ask you is the title. So once you put the title in there, it cannot be edited. Okay, so make sure that you have the proper title. Same with subtitle. Do you need a subtitle? Not all books need a subtitle. So for example, my Self-Esteem Doesn't Come in a Bottle book. I don't have a subtitle for it. It's very explanatory. Like it's right there. It's all about self-esteem and it doesn't come in a bottle. So I believed it didn't need a subtitle. The title says it all. Like, just like we were talking about George's book, Screw the Hustle. There was no subtitle required because it totally explains exactly what the book is all about. So, and I prefer not to use a subtitle because I think the title should explain it enough, but that's just my personal opinion. But sometimes people want a subtitle just to explain it a little bit more and more about what the book is about. And that's fine. That's totally fine. Series. So is your book a part of a series? So right now we are doing the Blue Talks book. Okay, so this is the first of the series. So right now we are launching the second edition of the Blue Talks book. So when I do the second one, that's what that's going to be, right? So it'll be the second edition. Okay. Author name. So this is where you put your name. Now, contributors, this is optional, but maybe you want to recognize the co-authors or the illustrator or the editor, or you might want to recognize some contributors to your book or something like that. There's a whole list of different people or different types of people that you can include as in contributors. Usually it's just yourself, but you can put other people in. Description. So this is, what is your book about? And this is what's going to show up on the Amazon sales page. You have up to 4,000 characters. And this is probably one of the most important things about it. This is what's going to make people buy your book. And I highly recommend that you have somebody else write it for you. Sometimes when we write our own things about like our own bio or our own book description, we don't always see it in the same way as other people. And sometimes it's just better to have somebody else's perspective. And keep in mind, this is what's going to make the people buy your book. So it's really important that you write a really good book description. I don't even write my own book description because I find that I'm not good about writing what my book is about. I only see it in a certain way. And so I love when other people do it. So publishing rights, yes, okay, unless it's public domain. But if this is your book, then you want to put yes to this. Keywords. So this is how people are going to search for your book. So don't just put self-esteem, right? Like my self-esteem doesn't come in a bottle book. I wouldn't just put I would put self-esteem, but I would also put, how do you get great self-esteem? Or how do I improve my self-esteem? Those would be better keywords than just saying self-esteem, okay? Or how to get confident. You want to really spend a lot of time figuring out what are the keywords that people are going to need to put in to search for your type of book. The next thing is categories. Now, there are 16,000 categories, so clearly there's too many to mention here. What you want to do is choose categories. Now, on KDP, you can only select 2, but here's one of my secrets. And it's not just my secret. I mean, a lot of people know this, but you can actually put yourself in 10 categories in .com, 10 categories in .ca, 10 categories in each of all of the other Amazon book sites. A lot of people don't know that. The problem is they don't know where to put it in. And so that is something that I teach when people take my courses, is I teach them how to put in where they can submit more categories to Amazon. Okay, so you want to really research your categories. And one of the things you really want to do is don't just put yourself in self-help, because you're going to be competing against 150,000 categories. You want to narrow it right down so that you are competing against maybe like 1,000 books or 5,000 books. Ideally 1,000 books and under, but sometimes it can be really hard to find categories that have less than 1,000 books in them. But that's how you're going to become a best-selling author, is when you're competing against categories where there's like 1,000 or less. That's one of the strategies that I show my clients, is how to find those right categories. Okay, so it is extremely important to put your book in the right category. Don't just pick a category because there's not a lot of books in that. Pick a category that your book fits into. Okay, but really be open to what are the other things that your book can qualify for. For example, in the Blue Talks book, we've got one of the authors who is a hypnotist. So we put the book into one of the hypnotist categories because it fits in there, right? So we've got, some of the authors are Aboriginals. And so, again, we're into some of those categories. So always spend time figuring out what your categories are. And in fact, sometimes I'll spend an hour or two just going through the categories. The next thing is adult content, yes or no. So if you're writing a romance novel, you would probably put yes for that. Okay. Print ISBN. So your ISBN number is your library code. And it is also how Amazon puts the barcode on the back. Now, this is important. You must have an ISBN number. You can get a free one from KDP. Or if you're Canadian, we can also get Canadian ones from the Canadian government. You just Google Canadian ISBN number, and the website is there, so you can get your own bank of numbers. That's what I have. I have my own bank of numbers, and I know that in the States you can also do it too. I can't remember exactly what the website is, but you can get your own ISBN number there too. But I know you can get a free one instantly. Like, it's pretty cool how quick you can get an ISBN number. And the reason you want that ISBN number is you have to have it for a print book, but because you want the barcode on the back. The barcode on the back, it makes your book look professional. The other thing is, the libraries and bookstores, they need it. Okay? They need that so that they can scan it and they know how much to charge or to rent your book out. You want the barcode on the back. Okay? Publication date. That's the date you're publishing it. So usually I pick the day I'm uploading it onto KDP. You might have a different date. Maybe you tried to publish, you want an earlier date, that's fine. That's totally up to you what publishing date you want to pick. Print options. This is fun. So this is where you get to pick, do you want your interior file to be black and white? Okay, so this is a black and white book and we've got pictures in it too. Okay, or do you want it color? Now color will cost you probably about 3 to 4 times more than a black and white book will cost. Do you want your paper cream color or do you want it white? So in this book, Maria picked a cream color page. Okay. In this book, in our Blue Talk book, we picked a white color page. Okay, so you get to pick that. Then you also picked what the book size. So this is a 6x9 book. This one is 5.5 by 8.5. And then this one, my dating book, I made it just a little 4x7. And the reason I wanted to make it just a smaller book is because I didn't have enough content to do a bigger 150-page book. I didn't want to do a 150-page book about dating, but Maria did. Maria did a nice book about dating. And so anyways, I did a smaller book because that was what I wanted. So that is where you put your book size. Bleed settings, say no, unless it's a magazine. Do you want it matte or a glossy cover? So Maria did a matte finish. So that means it's not shiny. So whereas with our Blue Talks book, it's a glossy cover. Okay. So then you go on to the next page. And on this page, this is where you start uploading your content. So the first thing you want to do is you want to upload your manuscript. So that is your Word document. Okay. In your Word document, save it as a PDF. And then this is where you're going to basically publish it. Okay. So you're going to upload it into KDP. And it takes a little while. You can watch it. It'll takes about 2-3 minutes sometimes for it to upload. Okay, but yeah, it's awesome. And then your book cover. Okay, this is where you upload your book cover, which is also a PDF, not a JPEG, but a PDF file. And so they also have a cover creator app. I guess you can call it an app. I highly recommend not using it. And the reason being is because the templates that they have are really pretty cheesy. They make your book look like it's an unprofessional self-published book. And that's not what you want. You want a cover that is going to look like $1 million. Okay? You want a cover that's people are just going to say, I want that book. Okay? So don't use their templates. Find somebody on Fiverr to do a cover for you if you need to do this on a budget, or hire a graphic designer to do it, or go to upwork.com and find somebody there, or even go on to, Facebook or Instagram and ask your community. I can promise you probably have more than one graphic designer in your community who would love to do your book for you. And if you're trying to do this on a budget, what I did when I first did my books, I didn't have a lot of money. And so what I did is I had my graphic designer do the cover, and then I gave her an ad in the back of my book. And so that way she was able to get some publicity out of doing my book. And so these are like some of the ads that I've done. Okay. So you can just put an ad in the book and you can charge for that. So you can charge $500, $1,000, $2,000. You can charge whatever you want to have an ad in the back of your book. And that's also a great way to develop some upfront money for your book. Right? So to help pay for your publisher, if you want to do a book launch, or let's say you want to hire a PR person to do some media on your book, that's a great way to generate some upfront money. Another way to generate some upfront money for your book is to do a crowdfund. I know that that was one of the ways that Corey did one of his other book launches, is he did a big crowd fund, raised a bunch of money, and then he used that money to publish and market his book. Okay? So next thing that's going to happen is the book preview. I love this. The book preview is where what Amazon does is they take the cover, they take the manuscript, and they show it to you, what your book is going to look like. Now, when I first started publishing on Amazon, I think it was 10 years ago, what happened is that you had to order a physical copy of your book. So they would send you a proof copy, and you had to do it. They wouldn't let you sell on Amazon until you actually had a physical proof copy of your book. And then you could go through it and make some changes. So this time, now what they do is they do it all online. So basically, after you've uploaded your manuscript and your book cover, then you can go into your book preview. And this is where they show you the cover and you can flip page by page by page. And they will tell you if there's any errors with your book. So one time what happened was the cover that I made was for a 6x9 book, but my manuscript was only for 5.5 by 8.5 book. So Amazon sent me a message saying, hey, either fix the cover or fix the manuscript, but they both have to be the same size. Okay? So that was awesome because it told me what the mistakes were. So it's awesome to have that book preview because then you're looking and you can see exactly what your page is going to look like. The next step is to choose the territory. So just choose all territories unless you only want to sell in an exclusive market. The next part is the pricing and royalties. And this is where you get to choose how much you want to sell your book for. So Amazon takes a 30% fee. Okay? Then KDP also takes a book fee because, well, it's the printing fee, right? So this book, Self-Esteem Doesn't Come in a Bottle, it cost me $2.46 for one book. Okay, so they take the 30%, then they take the $2.46 off, and then they give you the rest. Okay. And of course, yes, you can order author copies once your book is approved. Now, when you order the proof copies, though, it will have a page in the very back and it'll say proof on it. And the reason for that is because then you shouldn't sell a proof copy of your book, right? So, anyways, so yes, so Amazon will then allow you to sell your books, right? Once they approve it. So this is what the KDP looks like. So you can sign in with your Amazon account. So if you already are buying from Amazon, chances are you already have a KDP account. All you need to do is then just sign in with your Amazon account and password. Okay. If you don't, then you sign up for one. Okay. And so then this is Kindle Direct Publishing. So it's kdp.amazon.com. And this is what it looks like. So this is the bookshelf. So on the bookshelf, you can create a Kindle ebook, you can create a paperback book, and it's going to go through all the steps, just like what I just showed you. So this is what my bookshelf looks like. So you can see these are 3 of the books. This is the sample one. So it's just one that I play around with when I need to make test things out. So this is the 5 different types of dating or men on the dating sites. And you can see it says, my Kindle ebook is live. It's $3.99 on Amazon. Here's my ASIN number. That's an important number to know. And then promote and advertise. And then what you can do is click on these 3 buttons here, and then there'll be more options of things you can do. You'll notice that the paperback book is live. It's $9.99. You can view it on Amazon. And then see how it says order author copies. So this is where you will order your author copies. Okay. So then this is where the language is, the book title. So you're just going to go screen by screen by screen, answering all the questions. Okay, so that's where you get your your KDP number, the territories, and then these are just some of my clients' books, and every single one of them is a best-selling book. Oh, this is so cool because this is one of my clients, or two of my clients. They're both, actually, this is the Blue Talk book. So this was about a month ago where two of my clients were both fighting for number 1 and number 2 position on Amazon. So it was so cool to see. Okay, so here's what you can do. You can grab my author blueprint, okay, at the 7thstepsauthor.com. You can email me, okay, and I'll send you the Amazon checklist that I just showed you. Or you can also book a free 30-minute breakthrough call with me. So if you think you want to be an author and you want to be coached with me, absolutely get in touch with me, because I'm still taking on a few more clients and I still want to help you to get your book done, right? Because it is so awesome. It's such an awesome feeling when you can become an author and, you know, take your message and impact the world in such a huge way. I was so humbled to see when my Goalcast video went up to almost 10 million views. I was like, oh my God. My daughter and I were watching, you know, the numbers go up, and in 6 hours we hit 1 million views. And it's so cool to see that our story can have that kind of impact. And so I really want to encourage you. If you know you have a message and you want to become an influencer and you want to share it with the world, get in touch with me. You know, download the 7 Steps Author Blueprint. You know, schedule a breakthrough call with me and let's talk about your dreams and your goals and how you want to get your message out there in a bigger way. And that's what this is all about. It's all about making an impact and an income and helping to influence people. And so let's just see. Is Corey back on the line now? Let's see here. Okay, Corey is still. There he is. Okay, awesome. Hey, Corey.
I was listening in the background.
Okay, good. Because I was wondering, when is my time supposed to be over? I wasn't sure.
I think you had I think you basically had a few minutes left, but yeah, you definitely didn't go over your time, so that's pretty cool.
Good, because you know that's one of the speaker no-nos.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you actually were good, 100%. So and it's kind of worked out. I guess you probably had like 5 minutes left, and the reason that the timing changed slightly is because we kept George on a little bit longer, so you started a bit late. But yeah, so it worked out perfectly. One question I saw that came up in the comments, there were some great comments coming up, Kelly, but one question was, and I'll just put it on the screen here. So could you please share the link to your page
sure.
where we can get the Amazon checklist?
There's my 7 Steps Author. And they can also book a call with me.
Okay, so let me put that in the main comments. So it's 7, the number 7, stepsauthor.com.
Yeah. And then what to do is, because I don't have the checklist on that landing page, so what they need to do is email me, and then they can get that. And
okay.
That's for the Amazon checklist.
Awesome. So then we put your calendar link in there where they can book you. And then the last part is I'll put your email, which is pretty easy. It's bookkellytospeak@gmail.com. But again, I'll put it in here as well. So we get all that in the comments. So awesome. So I think I have it all in here. So perfect. So Kelly, that was fantastic. And, you know, I can speak from personal experience because I've had the opportunity to work with you. On top of that, to send clients your way, work with you through the Blue Talks book brand. I mean, this is kind of real time right here where we actually just released the first book not that long ago. The second book is just coming out, like officially starting tomorrow is when I think we're going to be starting pre-orders. And then next week, we're adding book number 3 to the mix. We're going to do a really cool special where people can get a discount if they want to buy both at the same time. So I've had the opportunity to work with you on the book and then also refer people to you, and then have some of my clients just by nature reach out and say, hey, Kelly, this is something that I'm interested in now. And everybody that I've sent your way, and myself included, I've had amazing experience with you. Every book has been a bestseller. But I think bigger than that, because, and I say this, Kelly, I say this in the positive way, but there's a lot of people that are promoting helping you become bestseller now. And the Amazon is typically usually the system. Now, I have to say, I've said it to people in the past, your system is different than most of the ones that people are doing, which on its own, I think is the reason. And the way you do it takes the pressure off of the whole launch thing. So that will be enough on its own. But secondly, whereas other people can help you become an Amazon bestselling author, I think then it comes down to the support and how much you help the author not have to learn all this stuff on their own and fail while they're learning. Like, you don't just say, good luck, here you go. So, you actually help them learn the process. And I think that's huge, because the book business is way bigger than people realize. I say this over and over again when people come to me saying, yeah, I'm going to do a book and I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And I always openly tell people, like, just so you know, here's some of the things you're going to learn in the book business. Because when I went into it, I thought it was, and especially self-published, I thought it was just, I write a book, I put it up on a place, people buy it, I'm happy. And there's so much involved in the book business. Like, even little hacks, like we had Chandler on yesterday, Chandler Bolt, and I shared with him, it was an idea that I got from somebody within his network, but I shared the idea that in all of my books now, I'm trying to open the book to show people this, but all of my books now, I have this thing that says, read this first, and it's like in the first couple of pages, and the idea is I want people to grab something for free so that they join my email list so I can communicate with them in the future. They're now part of my network and community, and that's something I learned from him, and if I wouldn't have done that, there's a lot of people that signed up for my audiobook or what have you that I would have never known bought my book. And so there's all these little nuances about the book business that most people don't know. And so I think the biggest thing they get with working with you is you're spending the time learning that stuff rather than them having to learn it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what has been so cool too about my strategies is that, and this is what happened with our Blue Talks book, is that I was able to make it a best-selling book before we even did the launch, which is so cool. And it was like, oh my God. And that's happened with about 4 or 5 of my clients lately, is all of a sudden, I go and I'm watching Amazon and I'm noticing the day before I do the launch, they're already a best-selling book. And I was like, what did I do? And so I figured it out. I've got this algorithm that works and I love it. And it's just so exciting to see it. And you're right. Like, people come to me and they say, I don't know where to start. And that's one of the things that I've learned, is how to take them from that blank canvas to actually being a best-selling book, and number one in many cases, right? And so I love that.
Just to put some perspective on that, we released the Blue Talks book September 10th. So if I do my math correctly, October, November, so that's what? We're going on 3 months now. Like 10th of this month would be 3 months, I think. September, October, November. Am I right?
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so 3 months will be in like 9 days. And when I just go to look at it right now on .ca, in the 3 categories it shows, because it only usually shows the top 3 categories it's listed in, we're number 23 in one of the categories, number 26, and number 30 in another one. Now, this is 3 months after the launch. We're still in the top 30 in 3 categories.
Exactly.
And so I would, I've been doing book launches a long time. And the truth is, like, again, like me, Kelly, I'm always full disclosure with everybody that follows me. I can do a bestseller campaign on my own. I know how it works. And I also understand your system and how it works. I could do it on my own. But this situation is twofold. One, I think that's your genius zone and it's not mine. So I should be doing something different than that. But I can do, like, I can help somebody land a TEDx talk or whatever that is, but I should be in my genius zone. That's one aspect. But the second part is I can have a best-selling book. I can have the book be on the list for a couple of weeks, 3 weeks, what have you. But I don't think anyway. I never probably followed it that closely, but I'm going to give you the credit and say I don't know. So I'm going to say I'm probably right in saying I don't think any book I put out 3 months later was still in the top 30 in various categories. And so there's something you're doing that the way you're doing it, because of the way you're doing it, it's doing something that even in my past launches, which I didn't do the way you do them, and I'm not going to reveal all your secrets. I didn't do it the way you did them. But still, I didn't have that result. So the way you're doing it is different than other people's launches. Yes, a lot of people can say, I'm going to guarantee you get an Amazon bestseller, but there's some things that you're doing that they can't do or they're not doing. And, you know, I had, as you know, with my book of Why and How, I had a lot of success on various lists on that. But I mean, the amount of work I put in, I wouldn't advise the average person put that amount of work into it unless they want to become a full-time writer, and that's all they're going to do to make a living.
Yeah, it's funny because I had a colleague of mine come to me and she said, okay, like I've sold like over 3,000 books and I'm still not a best-selling author. And she said, can you get me to be a best-selling author? And I said, sure. And I gave her a price. And she's like, well, I don't want to pay that much money. And she's, well, I guess I'll just get my team to figure it out. And I'm like, well, if they don't know it by now and they haven't done it and you've sold over 3,000 books, you should be a best-selling author. And if you're not, then they clearly don't know. So, you know, if you can go ahead and keep trying to spin your wheels to figure it out, but I know the answer. So I did know exactly what the answer was. And there was about 2 or 3 things that they're not doing. And I know that I could make her a best-selling author in a week, but she doesn't want to pay the money. And, you know, and it's not that I do things just for money, but it's, you know, being a single mom, I mean, I also have to pay bills.
Absolutely. And the other side is I mean, none of us know this answer, but the other question on the other side of the coin is, how much money is she spending with her team trying to figure it out? You know, like there's other money being spent. If you value time and look at time as money, there's other money that she's investing without realizing it. Like you can, I mean, we can invest in somebody that might only be $200 and say, well, why should I pay them $200 when I could do it myself? But let's say you don't know how to do it, whatever it is. I'm not just talking the book business, but whatever it is, let's say you spend your wheels doing that. And let's say it takes you 50 hours to do what they want $200 for. My question is, what's your time worth? And I mean, if we run those numbers, you're probably doing whatever you were going to do for less than minimum wage. So my question to you is, if you're self-employed, how good of a move is that for your business to be?
Exactly. And she's already spent 5 figures on her book. She's already spent that on her book. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, that's up to you. You and your team can figure it out, but I know the answers.
Absolutely. Well, and like I said, I mean, it's especially when somebody's doing from scratch, it's even her team doing it. And especially if she's paying a team to do it, she's got to pay them to do it. Well, it's going to take them 5 times longer than you to learn even most of, or even half of what you know. And so then again, what's their time worth? And so isn't she maybe spending more than that amount of money again anyway, trying to learn it? But, you know, and I know it was a random number, but I just said, like, if there's something that somebody else can do and you say, well, I'm not going to pay you, I can get that done in a week. Well, if you did it in a week, you're going to be working for $5 an hour in your business. Exactly. And again, is there something else in your business you can do that will be worth more than $5 an hour? If there's not, I don't mean this in a cold or blunt way, but your business is going to have a hard time surviving. You know, like you need to be able to generate more than that. So I'm a big believer investing in the people that can help you do it. Because it wouldn't be fair to the person I did it with, but I invested with a compilation book series, and I'm not going to say the number, but I'm going to say it's not low thousands that I invested to be involved. Yeah. And about a month before that, I invested in our new member site. And again, I'm going to say it was not low thousands. This is in 2020 when we're dealing with COVID. I invested that amount of money twice in 3 weeks because I don't have the expertise to do the 2 things that I was investing in somebody doing. One of them is making the Amazon and USA Today bestsellers list. And I know I can make that if I do all the right things and put the time in. I was close last time when I tried, and there were a couple things worked against me, as you know. Like I didn't realize. This is a side note for people on the author side. I didn't know our digital book was released before the print book. And so what happened was when I finally found out my digital book was out, it was already too late to do pre-orders. So I had to then do it all in a week, where most people get maybe 8 months. I didn't know the book was out. So that worked against me. And then secondly, the other thing that worked against me is I didn't know Canadian sales didn't count. So my point is, if I would have known those 2 things, I would have probably made the list. So I could do that all again and do that whole launch again and make it. But the question is, what's my time worth? Because it's going to take me probably 3 weeks or a month minimum. And that's 3 weeks or a month focused, like a full-time effort. So when I look at the people I could be serving, how much lost revenue is that if I spend 4 weeks to make that list? So I said, why don't I go to somebody who knows how to do it, pay them, and then we'll do it together as a team. But at least they're using their strategy to do it rather than me trying to do it all on my own. And so I'm a big believer in investing in people that know what they're doing so that I don't have to learn something I don't want to do anyway.
I totally agree with you. And that's actually one of the reasons why I won't attempt to, say that I can get people a USA Today or a Wall Street Journal bestseller, because I can't. I've never done it, and I'm absolutely not the expert. And so I won't even attempt that because I know I've never done it. So if my clients ever say to me, hey, I now want to be a USA Today or a Wall Street Journal bestselling author, or even New York Times bestselling author, I'm going to send them to, the experts. Like, I'll be calling you because I know you know exactly who to work with. And so I would rather them do it and use their methods because they have a guarantee. It's proven. They've done it before. And so, I find it fascinating that people will say, well, no, I won't pay for that. But yet they still want, the expertise, or they still want the title. And what's really cool about, getting that best-selling author title is that that's yours forever.
Mm-hmm.
Once you've done it, it's a really small price to pay to have that credibility for the rest of your life, right? Like, you get to use that in your bios. You get to use that everywhere you go. I've seen it happen where I spoke in Phoenix at the Diversity and Leadership Alliance conference. And what they did is I gave them my title, which was Kelly Filardo, TEDx talker, best-selling author. And they changed my title to multiple TEDx speaker, best-selling author, Kelly Filardo. And that was how they introduced me, was by all my credentials instead of by my name.
Absolutely. And that's what you're going to find is going to happen often. And, you can also judge when you're speaking. This is the way to know. And if you want to, live events are on hold right now, but think about yourself when you've been at live events. I'm talking to a viewer right now. Or think about the next time you go to a live event, watch what happens when somebody says, up next, we have this speaker. She's a this, she's a that, she's a this. Watch the heads turn to that person once they start throwing out those titles. And I think I shared with you, Kelly, once there was a dramatic difference between whenever I was being presented as the best-selling author versus when I was being presented as the TEDx speaker and a best-selling author versus when I was being presented as a multiple-time TEDx speaker and multiple-time best-selling author. And I can tell you, 30 to 40% more heads turned when they said multiple-time TEDx speaker to start things off.
Absolutely. I've learned that from you because I learned how to get on the TEDx stage from your program. And that was the thing that I was noticing too, when people would say, oh, you're a TEDx speaker? Oh my God. Right?
It's true. That's the world we're in today, whether we like it or not. And so again, it's up to us to take advantage of that. So my takeaway from that, just before we take a super quick break, is you could do much worse than reaching out to Kelly to learn more about this. So, Kelly, they know how to reach you now. We got all the info here. Of course, we'll try to remember to mention at the end of the show today as well. Like I said, for the break, I'm going to try to put a slide up here, and I'm just going to take a quick break myself. I want to go. We're in a small town here, so I'm going to try to get to go grab something super quick to eat. And then we'll meet back here in about 20 minutes roughly. And we have an amazing, amazing, amazing guest coming up, Kyle Wilson. People are going to be blown away. So, Kelly, if you're okay with it, I'm going to put you backstage, and I'm going to take a quick break, and we'll meet back here at the top of the hour.
You bet. Thanks, Corey.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Okay, I'm going to try to share the screen and see if I can do what I want it to do here. Okay, now I just got to figure out where this is. Let's see. Oh. Okay, so let's try this here. So hopefully this is working. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I got to check myself on the other screen to see if it's showing properly. Let's see. Okay, there we are. Hello, 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 everybody. We are back from our short little break, and I'm super excited to be back here with Blue Talks. I believe Kelly's going to be joining me here soon. I'm just reading a note from her. Okay, so then Kelly, I'm going to bring you on right now. You are officially on.
Great.
I think you're able to join us for a little bit, but then you have to run. Is that what I understood?
That's right. Yeah, I've got another call that I have to be on for about an hour, but then I'll be right back. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All good, my friend. Awesome. So did you have a good break?
I did. I had a great break. I had something to eat, and then I did a few little work things that I had to get done. It's it's amazing how much stuff we need to cram in a day.
100%. Well, and as I had mentioned, you gave me a good idea with putting up the Be Back Soon screen rather than having to separate links and do separate links and all that kind of stuff. So so I definitely took advantage of that, and I just grabbed myself a bite to eat as well. So, and I see our guest is in the backstage area, so we're going to bring him on any second. So just for those of us that are maybe just joining us right now, just a little quick overview. If you don't know me yet, hopefully you do, but if you don't, Corey Poirier, founder of Blue Talk, and with me, my co-host, Kelly Filardo, who is an Amazon bestseller strategist. And the whole premise of this event is to help people either up-level their influence, so go to the next level when it comes to influence, and how they would typically do that would be through one of the three platforms we're talking about, being the author platform, the speaking platform, or the podcasting platform, or all of the above. And so really what we're trying to do is help deliver people best of the best strategies that they can use to enhance their career again as an influencer, regardless of which of those platforms they're planning to do it through. And we also have people coming on strictly to talk about influence. So the idea is to mix and match, because all these things can work together and sometimes they work separate, and sometimes people overlap. For instance, the next guest we're bringing up shortly has a podcast, has been a part of a lot of book launches, and so he has experiences in multiple aspects of the platforms we're talking about. Also in the speaking world, he's helped run a lot of speaking events for a lot of top-level world-class speakers, names most of us will know. And so he's another example of somebody that sort of overlaps those areas. So again, with Blue Talks, if you want to know more about Blue Talks, I'll keep it easy throughout. Just go to bluetalks.com. You can learn more about our book series, more about our podcast, our virtual events like these, and even our live speaking events. Believe it or not, during COVID, we are still trying our best, and we ran an event just over a month ago. We have events booked for the spring and fall, and it's one of these cross your fingers, but I'm optimistic, and I'm going to put my good energy towards being optimistic. The last thing I want to say is, and I say this as a cliche, but sharing is caring. So if you're joining us and you're hearing something that resonates with you, it probably resonates with somebody else you know. I will say that people in the past have shared something that has changed my life, that if they wouldn't have taken that extra second to press share, it might not have made the difference. And I've had people where I've shared one post or thing and they've said, "Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you shared that. I needed it so much right now." And so, so I just wanted to get that housekeeping out of the way. Kelly, did you have anything you wanted to add before I bring our guest on?
Yeah. I just want to add that we are now on the second edition of the Blue Talk book. So this is the first one that we had come out 3 months ago, and now we're ready to launch the second edition and the third edition. So, we definitely are looking for pre-orders and everything, and we really want to get the message out in a big way. And we've got 32 authors in the next book who have these incredible messages. So the book is just an incredible book.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. And yeah, we'll make sure that we share that message far and wide in the coming weeks. I think tomorrow's like the start of the pre-orders for the book, but more on that later. So without further ado, I want to bring on our next special guest. I am super stoked about this. I've been excited for the last week about this. Kyle Wilson, so excited to have you. And Kyle, just a heads up, what we always like to do, rather than me read a bio, it's reading it on the screen, is we like to get our guests to tell us a little bit about themselves, and then we'll dive in a lot deeper as the conversation carries on. But Kyle, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Hey, Corey and Kelly. Okay, that could be a long story, but I'll keep it brief. Many people know me as the guy that was the founder of Jim Rohn International. Jim was my 18-year friend, business partner, mentor. I actually started out in the seminar business, filling up huge rooms. And I'd go to a new city, didn't know anyone. We're talking way before the internet, 1989. In fact, I got a email from Brian Tracy yesterday talking about 30 years we've worked together. So I would promote Brian and Og Mandino and Jim Rohn. I would hire 2 of the 3. And then that led to eventually making Jim an offer he couldn't refuse. So I started Jim Rohn International. That first year took him from 20 dates to 110 and doubled his fee and started creating products. And one of them, and I sold the company, so this isn't stuff I sell anymore, but one of them was this little quote book. And I'm a big believer in sharing books, Kelly. I've got 100 copies of Mark Victor Hansen's book I give away, right? I'm constantly giving away books. And you guys might have heard the name Eric Worre. Eric gave me a book in 1993. Every time I mention the book, I mention Eric, right? It was a gift. For $10, he gave me something that potentially changed my life. And so I created these, and this went on to sell 6 million copies. And it was a viral tool, and it was built very much in the sense of empowering my advocates to share my message, Jim Rohn's message. And then I put how people could buy them in multiples. And then I created one for Mark Victor Hansen next. There's only about 20 of these left in the world. And then Brian Tracy, and then Zig Ziglar moved 8 million, and those became viral marketing tools. And, the thing I found is people, Jim Rohn was like the gateway drug into personal development. You would meet doctors and dentists and attorneys that joined Amway, quickly left, but they got introduced to Jim Rohn through a tape or a presentation. And so I started Your Success Store, because once they bought Jim's stuff, then what? And so now I'm selling Mark Victor Hansen and Les Brown and Brian Tracy, and then taking them to all the same companies I took Jim, and we got really big. And then 2000, the internet came around for me and built the first million+ email list. And but then I sold it all in late 2007 and retired. So I've been on both sides of this. I've been a Mr. Mom, retired. I'm back now doing what I love, and it's just been a wild adventure.
Wow. So there's so many, as Kelly would probably see, so many jump off points and so much to unpack there. But I can't ignore, and you told me this story just a couple of weeks ago about the viral books, but I can't ignore that, because those are some big numbers in the book world. I mean, those are numbers you don't see every day.
Right.
And so can I ask you, as far as those books, do you think that, and one of the things was the low ticket that people could buy the book for, but do you think that would work today?
Well, I still do it with my books, like this Success Habits book. I have the To and the From, and I have Darren Hardy and Brian Tracy and Les Brown and Mark Victor Hansen. And I've written it, so you have to be intentional. So first of all, when people come to me saying, hey, I want to do a quote book like you did with Jim, there was so much intention behind, first of all, and these are worth taking some notes here. First, you got to say, what is your secret sauce? You can't write someone else's book. You got to write your own book. It has to be you. So what's your secret sauce? What makes you special? And for Jim Rohn, he was a wordsmith. He had quotes. Now, he didn't have a list of quotes. Hey, Kyle, here's this list of quotes. And I did this without Jim even knowing I was doing it. Jim Rohn International was actually my company. And so I was able to just kind of go out and do it, had to make sure he was cool with it. But he had hundreds and hundreds of quotes. In fact, I did a hardbound version of this with 365 quotes. This had 110. So number one, it was his secret sauce. It really was, if you're going to get the message out, something that would resonate with someone. And that's a key point. Something can't be viral if it's not good. You're not going to recommend a movie that's not any good, or a restaurant. So the key, and this is where I'm not a believer in throw stuff up against the wall. Wrong. And so some of the people I've worked with, Darren Hardy, Robin Sharma, these are guys I coached. They are great examples of people who do it right the first time. The number one principle of marketing is have a great product. It's not being manipulative and clever and finding the latest tactical thing. The number one principle is create a great product. So with your book, make it good. Make sure it's got your secret sauce. Number two, make sure it's focused on your avatar. Who are you trying to reach? We all have a lot of stories. You know, I did Chicken Soup for the Entrepreneur Soul with Mark and Jack, but that's not really my avatar. That customer's not my avatar. My avatar are Jim Rohn fans, Brian Tracy fans, Les Brown fans. So I don't talk a lot about Chicken Soup for the Entrepreneur Soul. The thing that came out of that, though, for me, now I'm segueing, and I can do this a lot, so I apologize, but this, in the topic of books, was there are two core things. When I'm doing a book, or if I'm working with someone doing a book, or if someone's asking me about a book, there's two core things I'm trying to accomplish. Number one is I want to connect with the reader. And I got that from Chicken Soup for the Soul. Mark and Jack would not let a story get in their book if it did not connect with the reader. So it has to connect. It can't just be your life history. It's got to connect. And then number two, it does need to be strategic. And that's the marketing part of me. So you and I can tell a story, and I can leave out parts of the story that would connect with my avatar. Or I can be smart and, throw in, whether if you're from Toronto, I'm going to mention John Assaraf or Robin Sharma or Todd Stoudemire. I'm going to connect the dots between my experience, my story, and who my avatar is. And so that's being strategic. And it's also knowing that you're picking the 3 or 4 core things that you're trying to get across in that book or story. And the last thing I'll say is you want it to knock down the dominoes. So for me, I have this whole thing called the wheel. And number one is how to get people on the wheel. And then you take them around. It's not a funnel because it doesn't have an agenda. With the wheel, you have spokes, and each spoke are part of your core business. And some people might be interested in books. Some people might be interested in seminars. Some people might be interested in coaching or consulting. And I'm referring to you with this, Corey, right? And so it's not up to you to push someone in a direction. It's let them say, hey, I want to be part of a book with Corey, or I want to attend one of his seminars. And so you're putting out the right stuff to attract the right people. And so for me, when I did the quote books, it was very much a strategic mindset of if I get my army of advocates, because that was another secret sauce of Jim. He had advocates, people that loved him. The problem oftentimes is we don't make it easy for our advocates to share our story. So doing a book, selling it at a great price is a great way to empower advocates to go share your story. So what I did, and I got chastised for this, I sold these for $2 each. And these are nice. They're leatherette, gold foil, but I even did better. If you bought 10, they were only $1 each. If you bought 100, they were only 70 cents each. Now, I was printing 50,000 at a time, so it only cost me 40 cents to print them. But I wasn't doing it for the profit. I was doing it to, here's the thing about a book as well. No one's going to give you a book and just say, hey, here, Corey. They're going to do a commercial. Corey, you ever heard of Jim Rohn? This guy changed my life. And then they'll turn and they'll tell you about the book. Look at this quote. Learn to be happy with what you have while you pursue all that you want. Then if you put a catalog in there, they'll go, and you see this book, Seasons of Life, I bought 50 at Christmas, gave them away. Hey, here's a powerful book. By the way, do you want an extra one for your kids? Because every kid should read this. That's the type of experience I wanted to create. So it was very much a strategic endeavor of how do I get my advocates, which was part of our secret sauce with Jim. He had big fans. How do I empower them to go tell our story? And to me, that was the strategic purpose of the book. I never did it for royalties or for profits. I did it as a business card, but I was speaking to a specific avatar, and I was making it really easy for people to go give it away.
Wow. So, Kyle, one of the things I want to also jump on from there, and that was just a masterclass on its own, but your compilation books that you've been doing recently, and I know you I think you only do one a year, and you've only, since the coming back out of retirement, I think you've maybe done a couple, but those books, you teach people as part of the process, you teach them the book business. Can you tell us, is there one or two things, I'm not looking for all the secret sauce, but is there one or two things that you feel a person could be doing differently now in a different book world, than we saw 20 years ago? When I had Jack Canfield a number of years ago on the show, and I asked him, what would you do differently if you were launching Chicken Soup for the Soul now? And as you know, Jack being a master marketer, he gave me a master class, and I'm like, these are things he doesn't even have to do. Did he just sit around thinking of these things? But I feel like there's still things we can be doing that most people aren't doing, even though the book business has changed and made it harder to do stuff. I still feel there's a lot of things people don't see. Like Mark and Jack did bypass marketing, and still people to this day aren't doing that, after all this time. So is there anything that pops out to your mind that you teach people that you wish more authors knew, or mistakes that they make that you wish they didn't make?
Yeah, first of all, you got to figure out why you're doing the book. It's a lot of work to do a book, and that's why I'm a fan of compilation books. Is I tell people it's going to take 4 years and a lot of money, and you're going to go through editors, and you're going to go through, no publisher wants to publish your book, right? They can't make any money. So when you're part of a compilation book, instead of writing a whole book, you only have to write a chapter. And then if you can learn, if you can hit number one, and there's some celebrity authorities, and you get a coach and all those things, and then all these benefits. So that's number one, is if you're really going to do your own book, make sure you know why you're doing it. Don't do it because you think you're going to get checks every month. That's not happening. That's over with. And again, I think of a guy in your world. So we're in Canada, are you, Corey? I know where you're at. You're in Paul White country. So Robert Alt, the founder of Olé Music from north of Toronto, I could tell you any other time the city, he sold Olé Music, $1 billion company built from scratch. Taylor Swift was, his first discovery. Beyonce, Rush, still works with Rush. And he's like, hey, I'm going to write a book. And I'm like, as interesting as you are, Robert, it's going to be hard to sell it. It is noisy, and publishers you think would run to do your book, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a niche audience. But why do you do it? And he really got down to, he wanted to share his story. He wanted to share his message. And now it's like, okay, could you better be served by having a blog, by doing a podcast? Like, you got to really do the work and figure out, is the book the best direction? But once you get through that of why you want to do it, and you realize they're not going to be sending you checks, ultimately, I say it's a business card. And so if I meet, when that's part of what I'm telling people to think about, who are you going to give this book to? It's a credibility builder. No one has experts on a show that hadn't written a #1 best-selling book. There are some podcasts that's like Dax Shepard. He has 20 million subscribers to his podcast. They look for #1 best-selling authors to be on that podcast. It's a great way to, to knock down the dominoes of getting people. If a book's a low way of entry into discovering, if they're become a fan of you, right? And if they become a fan, they'll then want to be part of what you're doing. The other thing I would say is Amazon is its own search engine, right? If someone wants to figure out something, they're going to go search on Amazon in a particular book category. And so a lot of people, marketers use books and ebooks in particular for lead generation, right? To build an audience. And so they have all kinds of hooks in the book of, hey, go back to my website to get the download, or to have, to go experience more of who the author is. So I always say the first 4 pages of your book and the last 4, that real estate's really, 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 really important. And you want to be strategic. But, so really, I think a lot of people write books that have no business writing books, right? They're in love with the romantic view of, you build it, they're going to come. Once you understand that's not true, it really forces you to ask all the right questions. And, and I don't think people need a ton of books. I think having a couple of 3 books is good. But, if a well-done book could also be a framework to $1,000 course. And so you got to think through, where do you want to invest your intellectual property?
So one of the things that I caught that you said there that I'd like to ask your thoughts on, you mentioned, and I know you were just using him as the example, but Dax Shepard on the podcast, looking for #1 best-selling authors. Now, when you say that, and I just want to dissect that for a minute, Kyle, and I understand it's at a certain level. Dax Shepard is bringing on pretty big names on his show. Yeah. But if you don't have a New York Times best-selling book, let's say, What are your odds, in your opinion, of getting on those level of shows as an author?
Zero, right? No. So yeah, I that was a bad example, Mike, because here's the thing. There's a lot of low-level podcasts that are good to go on just to get experience. I invite everyone, if you're new and you enjoy sharing your message and you have a message to share, say yes to most of the podcasts, because you're going to have to earn a reputation. You're going to have to get good. And sure enough, it is a numbers game. Someone is going to hear your podcast. I mean, I have story after story of, doing something that got zero results other than one person, and that one person turned into a whole unbelievable story. But then at some point in time, you got to get more discerning. But that the only reason I brought up Dax is I heard his podcast for the first time, and he does have all these celebrities and best-selling authors that are experts. And again, you're not going to end up on the local news talking about a topic. And, if you've written a book, you are considered an expert on your particular topic. And I think those are things you gotta filter through when you're coming up with the title, when you're coming up with who the avatar is, the purpose. But I would never take on a book if I don't think it's going to knock down the dominoes to the next step. If someone engages my book, where's that going to take them? And with Amazon, you don't own the names, right? So you sell a book through Amazon, you don't get the buyer. So you do have to put in things that entice people to want to reach out to you to get free stuff or access to some cool things if they read the book.
So interesting you mentioned that, because I've been mentioning this last couple of days, but this book here, whenever I put it out, and I was happy, Morgan James Publishing, they're entrepreneurial, so they were cool with me putting it in here. But what I did was I actually said, do you want the free audiobook? Thanks for checking us out. And I get so many signups because the audiobook is, a lot of people, they get this version, they're like, oh, great, I'd rather an audiobook. I didn't know you had one. And that's basically the first page, other than the copyright info, is, hey, you want to sign up? And to your point, Kyle, is that Amazon's not going to give me those names.
No.
And I was taught the reason to put it that close to the front is because people can view the first 10 pages for free on Amazon of your book. They might not even buy my book, but they might still sign up for my newsletter.
Oh, yeah. No, the first 4 pages should be how people can be part of a Facebook group or how they can email you. So every book I do, I have, gifts at whatever the domain is of the book, and I have $500 of free gifts, and it's really cool stuff. Well, they're not going to get it unless they send the email, right? And then, when I launch a book, the goal is to hit number 1 in multiple categories. I have launch partners. Well, the reason a launch partner is going to mail my book is 2 reasons. Number 1, it's a favor to me. They're going to get a ton of unsubscribes. So people aren't out wanting to promote your books. It's a favor. And oftentimes it's a reciprocal favor. So don't ask for a favor unless you're willing to return the favor. But second of all, to make it worth their while, I have them give away they need to be good gifts, right? I'm not giving away a $3 ebook. It needs to be a really significant gift. I think like Tom Ziegler, they gave away $100 course, and we've had some really cool gifts we give away. But it's also, if someone gets the gift, then Tom gets the email. So it's an exchange of value where they're providing gifts, but they also get to make up for all the unsubscribes they might get. And, it's all those type of not tricks of the trade, but again, I'm diversing here, but I got to tell this story. I have someone that's not in my world. I got different things going on, and they're outside of my world of, they're not part of my inner circle or books or anything. Barely know them. And they wanted me to not only promote their book, but see if I could get it to Brian Tracy and Les Brown and Mark Victor Hansen and some people in my book, Darren Hardy. And I'm like, and you can't really explain it to people. They're not going to understand. But here's the thing. Brian can't say yes to all of his people, never mind high-end 6-figure coaching clients. He can't say yes to every one of them. Les can't say yes to every one of them. They're sure not going to do it for someone outside their world that's a friend of a friend. And so a lot of times going into it, people see these joint ventures happening. Well, those joint ventures are created over long periods of time of bringing value and building the audience. And I always say, Corey, one reason to create platforms like you've created platforms with your podcast and with doing these events, when you create a platform and you're inviting other people on, you're bringing a ton of value, but you also are becoming valuable. And so like Brian's going to be a guest this weekend on my Inner Circle. Well, that wouldn't happen if I didn't have an audience, right? So one of the ways to be valuable to valuable people is you have to go create an audience. And that takes time and intention. But that's when you can start calling in favors and do favors.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, again, another masterclass there, Kyle. And I have to say, we had this discussion yesterday. Do you know Joseph Michelli? Do you know that name?
I know the name.
He wrote the Ritz-Carlton Experience, the Starbucks Experience. So I think he's got like 6 or 7 New York Times bestselling books, but they're all built around these great brands. He wrote the Zappos Experience as well. So having said that, we talked about the burn rate of your list whenever you share, like you said, with somebody else. I mean, every time I don't watch it closely, but I know there's never been an email I've ever sent for somebody else or myself where I haven't lost a person.
Of course, yeah.
Somebody's left. And so, like to your point, most people pay attention to that. Most people go, well, if I'm going to do you a favor, I know I'm going to lose people on my list. So there's got to be a vested interest as to why I'm going to do this. Not just because you say, hey, do this favor for me. And to your point as well, Kyle, I've noticed that because interviewing is my thing. I mean, I'm obsessed with it. And so I've interviewed a lot of thought leaders. And it's so amazing how people will reach out privately to me and say, hey, can you give me Lisa Nichols' number so I can her? And to your point, I mean, I might have an ask or two from Lisa over the next 5 years, and you're saying, hey, can I use your ask to just randomly reach out to her? And not only am I going to not have the ask in the future, I'm going to burn the relationship if I did that. I would never do.
And I was really guilty of that in this sense. I'm not guilty of that with my list because I know you've got to be meticulous with your list. But I'll give you an example. I did a Brian Tracy. We did a 20-year anniversary of a program we co-created, the Success Mastery Academy. We did it in 2016. Brian comes to town. We had not really connected because I'd retired and I came back out, so we'd reconnected. And I had done a book called Passionistas. And I did it. It was 40 millennial women. And one of the women I didn't know, but she was a friend of my partner on the book, Erica Dela Cruz. And she was a huge Brian Tracy fan. So I'm sitting there asking Brian to do videos. I'm doing them for John Lee Dumas. I'm doing them I'm doing like 10 videos. Then I have Mark Victor Hansen. I'm having Mark hold up, other people's books and do testimonials. I'm sending it to him. And a year later, I see them posting these. They never mention me. They don't credit me. And yet I called in these favors. I took it too lightly of you got to really value, someone's time. And I know with Darren Hardy, who's a really good friend, and he has said no to every podcast out there. I'm the only one he's gotten a yes from. If you ask him to shoot a video, he'll say, is this how you want to call this in? Because he really is fastidious. Like he doesn't lend his name to anything. You'll never see Darren Hardy testimonials. I'm one of the few. But if you call him a favor, he's going to say, okay, I only do a couple. Now, people could judge him about that, but I know other people that their testimonial's not worth much because they do it for everyone. And so I try and be more on the Darren Hardy side of things. I want my testimonial to mean something. I want it to be authentic. And so, here's the bottom line. You're not going to be liked by everyone no matter what, right? If you're John Mayer, someone's going to, hate your music and hate you. And we all know that's true. So it's part of having influence. The minute you have influence, you're going to have people that don't like how you make decisions. And another example on that is, I handled all of Jim Rohn's stuff. So we got so many invites for Jim to speak at high schools, to speak at junior highs, because he did this thing, of course, kids should pay taxes. And he would talk about, and Jim lived in Southern California. So we get invites to go to Fargo, to speak at a junior high school, and the answer is no. But some people didn't understand that. And you just got to realize I don't even want to try and explain it. If someone's not going to understand that Jim has his own grandkids, he is in Southern California. He could have a full-time job just speaking at local junior highs. Yeah, that's not something that's doable. And so somewhere along the way, so sometimes if people send out requests and they don't get responses back, don't get upset. Sometimes it's just a lack of understanding how that process works, right?
Well, and I feel like before we circle, I want to go to the podcasting side of things as well. But before we circle there, Kyle, I think it's really important between the lines to also know what you've been talking about here, which is essentially be a giver.
Yeah.
Service to others. Like, give without thinking, okay, if I do this, this will happen. Because chances are, if you do it for that reason, it won't work out that way. But Bob Berg has a great book, The Go-Giver.
You can promote Bob. Bob's a really good friend. You're right.
Well, we had Bob on the last time around, actually, talking about the book business. But yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, read Bob's book if you want to know how to be of service to others. But I really feel that's a part where most people miss the boat. They kind of go, okay, well, I don't especially in our microwave fast society now, I don't want to put in a year building a relationship to then cash in. Well, sorry, then you're just never going to be able to cash in because people are just going to ignore you. I think you have to do something for people that shows them you value them as a person and not just a commodity to them, for them to actually take you seriously and want to do back, want to do likewise. And as you just said, I mean, even yourself, you always have to say, like what Darren said, you always have to say, is this how you want to use it? Because Darren can't do testimonials for everybody that asks for a testimonial. Not only would
he can't even do it in his world of CEOs paying him six figures. He says no, right? So, and I want to piggyback on that. So people they're Facebook friends, right? And they'll say, hey, Corey, can we have I'm in town. Can we have breakfast? Or you're in town. Can we have breakfast? But they're not one of your clients, right? Mm-hmm. And so even there, I invite people, if you want to get close to Hal Elrod or whoever it is, John Assaraf, first become part of their programs. Don't being nice and sending a bunch of messages, that's also not the answer. Being a good networker is not the answer. Bringing value is how you do it. And so people reach out to me and ask for something, and I have tons of free stuff. I make it easy to get to it, but I'll ask, hey, what's your favorite podcast episode? Or I try and find out, is this something they're sending to 1,000 people, or is there an affinity there? I'm more likely to help someone where there's affinity. If they're an inner circle member, if they're a coaching client, you bend over 10 times more, right? And so if you really want to get close to Hal Elrod and some of these, I just use Hal as an example because, he's a young guy and his book's done really well. Go get in his sphere, right? And that's where it all starts to happen. It really is an authentic, energetic exchange. You mentioned energy earlier. When you get in someone's world, you actually start learning by osmosis almost, and things start to happen. And that's where the real value exchange happens and the relationship of trust gets built over time. It's hard to be on the outside and ask for favors and thinking persistence and being nice will get you there. It won't at some point in time if we're talking about the level of people we're talking about. You got to be at their events, you got to show up. The best way to meet someone is go to their event. And that's where, again, they're connecting and talking and the relationships build and you meet their team. And Paul White, who I mentioned to you before, came to my Jim Rohn 3-day events, and he would bring saltwater taffy to my staff. Guess what my staff was talking about? This incredibly nice guy. Where do you live?
Me? Well, I'm not traveling. Little Prince Edward Island in Canada.
Yeah, that's where he's from, right? And so this guy from Prince Edward Island, brought this taffy, and it's amazing. He's the nicest guy. He couldn't get access to me or Jim, but he got access to my team, and he showed up, which is 1,000 times different than sending emails. And guess what? Paul and I are good friends. Paul's part of my platform now, but that was built by showing up and as we said, bringing value and not asking.
Well, and like I said, I want to, as we start winding down, I want to talk podcasting, but just to back up what you just said there as well, Kyle, a couple of stories popped into my mind. One is Chandler Bolt. I don't know if you know who Chandler is. He's with Self-Publishing School. And we had him on yesterday. And one of the things I told Chandler that I commend him for, because if you go listen to his podcast, he's got all the big names in the show, Gary Vee and Pat Flynn. But what I like that Chandler does is he'll highlight success stories from his own program. So then these people that signed up for his program, he doesn't have to do that. He's highlighting them in the same podcast as Gary Vee.
Right.
You know, that's obviously putting them in pretty good company for the bio and all that kind of stuff. So he's an example where the best way to get into his network is to join his program. And I think he has stuff that's only, $90 a month. So it's not like you have to dump thousands. But then it also makes me think of another example is John Tellerico. I don't know if you know who John is, but he's business partners with Les Brown. And so John was telling us the story about how, and he also works with Bob Proctor. And he was telling the story how he got connected to Bob Proctor is he kept going to his events.
Yeah.
Came up with this idea. I guess Bob had played the song. I think it's I Can See Clearly Now. Whatever the song he played at the first of his events. And John paid attention to that. And what he did was he found the family of the person who wrote the song who had passed away. Or no, the person was still alive, but he was retired. He got him to sign it personally to Bob. And then it got it framed. And the next time he went to see Bob's seminar, he left it at the hotel desk under Bob. I think it was Bob's brother's name. And Bob's brother called him and said, Bob wants to meet you and all this. It all came because he paid attention and he was authentic. And he didn't go and say, Bob, at the event, here, look what I did for you. Yeah. He left it at the front and didn't ask for any acknowledgement of it.
He played the long game and he was getting value. He wasn't just showing up to get something. He came to get value and to actually soak in. But to your point, I want to say that's what we did with this book. So I got people that are hard to get. Darren Hardy, Brian Tracy, Les Brown, Dennis Waitley, John Assaraf. I'm trying to think all the Canadians, right? Todd Stoudemire, Ron White, Tom Ziegler. But that's 20 of the stories. But then we have 60 entrepreneurs in the book. Now they're all vetted. There's applications. I have to do a call with someone. You can't just go buy being in the book online, but we have to make sure it's a good fit for them and us. But it is a way to say, I still do it with myself. If someone says, I meet someone, they say, Kyle, what do you do? I say, you ever heard of Jim Rohn? And if they say no, I might say, you ever heard, and it depends, if they're a music guy, you ever heard of Phil Collin, the Def Leppard? Oh yeah. Well, I filmed with Phil and he's part of my new book, the Success Habits book, which leads me into giving them a book. So I'm always trying to connect the dots of who it is, right? Could be a single mom, right? And there's stories about a single mom, but the point is, showing, when people are part of your world, definitely going the extra mile, which also means you don't have the bandwidth to do it for people outside of your world. And you can't explain that to everyone. Some people are going to get offended, but let me say this. It's better to offend early and often than to, go down a long road with the wrong person that is going to get offended the minute you don't meet their expectation. And so this is called straight talk, but it really is the truth. One of Jim's mentors, Bill Bailey, said, hey, you're going to have to end with the truth. You might as well begin with it. So, the truth is some people are going to want you to, they're going to expect things. And that's just not really how it works, right? There's value propositions. And then that's when the higher you have your filters, the more philosophically you get aligned with the right people, which in itself is life-changing, right? Jim Rohn, Charlie Tremendous Jones, they weren't just making this up. Who you spend time with matters on every kind of level.
Absolutely. Well, the one other example I think of, and then I'll segue into podcasting, is a guy named Anthony Trucks, who we had on recently. And Anthony's a former NFL linebacker, American Ninja Warrior. And Anthony went to Brendan Burchard's event because Brendan happened to be in town. And he just strolls in there and just like he didn't go in and say, I'm a former football player and all this. He just bought a ticket, went in, and he said, like, Brendan will get you to break out and tell your story. And he just kept telling the story, but he kept spending and investing and going to the events. And he said eventually one of Brendan's assistant or something heard his story. And then she said, like, all right, is there any chance you guys can help you can help us on the security side? So he ended up volunteering doing security for Brendan's thing. And he said, I think he told me he was volunteering for free to do it, just to be around that environment. Then he signed up for Brendan's high-level mastermind. the end result is now almost every event you go to with Brendan Burchard, Anthony's speaking on that stage.
Exactly.
And I assume I'd ever ask, but I think he's even getting paid to speak on the stage.
Right.
But my point of that is, look at the platform we built for him. But he never went into all that. He said, He said, to be honest, Corey, as an NFL player, you don't go and go, who's that person? Oh, look, I know that celebrity. He said, you're used to celebrities being around you.
Right.
And I wasn't trying to get around Brendan. I just wanted to learn what he knew.
Right.
And again, because what we're talking about, he actually went and got in Brendan's circle. He got noticed. And now he's in he's in a mastermind with Brendan and insert name here, right? I think that like Lewis Howes and Tim Ferriss, and he's making things happen. And it wouldn't have started if he wouldn't have committed first.
Right. And talent does make its way to the top, right? And so when you're gifted and you're talented and you have the right philosophy, right? So there are people you and I both wouldn't allow on our stages, right? And it doesn't mean they're not talented, doesn't mean they don't have an amazing resume and their story's not incredible. We're just not philosophically aligned. But when you have someone that's got the right philosophy and they're gifted and they can provide value, sure enough, the guy's bringing value to Brendan's audience, right? And so there are these filtering systems, and it all begins with showing up, right? Becoming part of someone's ecosystem, and then your talent will make room. And if it doesn't make it on Brendan's stages, it'll make it with Brendan's tribe of people, right? That they all get to know each other through interaction. We were talking books, but events really is an incredible way to show up and meet amazing people. When I look back at where my tribe comes from, it's from about 6 places, and one of them is events that, I'm speaking at or I'm a guest at, but another one's just showing up at some events, right? And I'm the kind of guy that sits in the back and hides. Part of it is the promoter in me. As a promoter, I'm watching the event as much as I'm listening to the speaker. I'm just that's just my thing. I want to see how the event's run and I'm watching behavior. But sure enough, usually they'll call me out, right? And so I remember like James Melanchuk, I was hiding in the back and he's like, there's a guy in the room, by the way, and he just kind of did a beeline for me, and then people come around you. But bad example, whoever we're talking to, if we're at an event, sure enough, we're around people that have invested in themselves. It already is a filter for someone philosophically aligned you want to spend time with. And that's why you have to go to good events, not the ones selling the dream and pitch fest, but actually real events where you're getting around good people, because everyone else there is probably going to be a good person as well.
Yeah, I love what you just said there. A lot of people forget that these people invested to be at that event. And so that relation, they're a person that believes in investing in themselves financially and time-wise. And so you're going to be around somebody probably that's aligned with you if you're that type of person as well. So it's kind of like a vetting system that happens for you. Yeah. But one thing I want to go a couple directions as we bring things to a close. But one, I wanted to ask you about podcasting and what are your thoughts on it being a medium for the average person to create influence. But also, I don't want to leave without asking you about events now that you brought it up about and maybe I'll ask this question first, Kyle, but on the event side, with digital events now, do you feel there's ways that you can create that same magic that, you just talked about, you build these relationships in a room? What about when you're on a virtual event? Like, because we don't have the live events to the same extent anymore. So what are your thoughts on that? Do you think you can do that virtually if it's in like separate Zoom breakout rooms or something?
Yeah, I feel like we're doing it. It's like, for me, with my inner circle, we met in Philly, Dallas, and LA. Now, I really encourage people to get on airplanes. So some people from Dallas would go to LA, some from LA would go to Philly. We had people all over the country that, they're the ones that would, very intentional, get on an airplane from Seattle to fly to Dallas. But, Dallas was built on a core local geographical group with some people coming in. The majority of people, though, that were in LA, my Dallas people never met. And we were doing, right or wrong, we were still doing audio group calls. So you're not really seeing faces. The minute COVID happened, I started a weekly call, and we had some world-class experts on in the medical field. I had Tim Cole, and these were all members, right? That Tim Cole, who ran a presidential inauguration, 31-year Marine, talking about, how local governments will outrule, the mayor in your town's going to be the one that will arrest you if you're doing something, not the governor. And so anyway, we were getting incredible participation from all over the country. All of a sudden, people in Dallas are seeing Jeanette Ortega for the first time. That's part of my LA group. And, and people in Europe were now able to pop on. And so then we get to our first virtual event. And I didn't really plan it. It just kind of snowballed where sure enough, there's Les Brown, there's Dennis Waitley, there's Glenn Morshower from the show 24. And we did have breakouts, and I intentionally did not do webinar style. I had it where you could see everyone, and I know who's in my group. So I could, if someone somehow snuck in the back door, we could take care of that. And that didn't happen, fortunately. For me, Corey, I like it better. Candidly, I like it better at the moment because I get to see people from all over the country. I got several people in Canada. They can't leave they would miss every live event. So right now, like today, we're going to have to social distance at the hotel. It's not going to be easy to get there. It's going to be expense. And I'm going to have half as many people there because of, travel challenges and fears and worries, and double the work for me because of the hotel, half the people. And then I'm not going to try and put on a virtual / live event because one's going to suffer. Mm-hmm. So for me, how I'll go into 21 is I'll probably split them up. I'll do half as many live events and half virtual. But the virtual have been magical. And so what's happened is people now in LA are meeting, like I have Paul in the UK that swam the English Channel 3 times. I didn't know that. It wasn't until we started, there was now a bigger platform for us to see each other. And then that's when showing up really happens. Like you have a Tuesday night, we have a Tuesday night call. Well, you're going to get less participation than when you have a virtual event with big names. But the ones who show up now, the relationships are forming, side deals are happening, different people are now on each other's podcast. There's so much synergy happening now with virtual for us, more so than kind of almost the clique we had before where you were part of the group. It was this quiet secret, but now it's just so much more opportunity for people to show up. So I think part of it is you have to have everyone where you can see them, and there has to be some breakout time. You have to have guests where there's Q&A where people get to really, and then you got to make sure the same people aren't always asking all the questions, right? So then that's when that facilitator hat has to come on. But for me, I'm in love with virtual right now. And then the last thing I'll say, you get to record it. And so, I've had a lot of these people at my events, but I didn't get to record them. I didn't record Les Brown or Dennis Waitley or, Mark Victor Hansen at my inner circle events. They were just very private, but now it's all there. And so I'm in, people are kind of making me uncomfortable pushing for live events. And I kept saying, I'm going to wait till the election. And I still don't know any more today than I knew then because of COVID, COVID and travel. I just don't know yet.
So I think we should call it a to be continued as well, Kyle, because I know we barely scratched the surface. But just in closing, maybe I'll just ask you your one thought on podcasting, and then of course the most important part is if people want to get into your ecosystem. You mentioned you have an inner circle, you have coaching, but you also have some stuff people can access at a lower cost and some stuff for free. Basically, where would you send people?
You want to start with that or the podcast?
Let's start with that, I guess.
I think KyleWilson.com, but what I'd like to offer people is to give them this book for free on PDF, give them my 8-part interview with Darren Hardy that's on video at his house, the only one he's done in 4 years. Also, have my 52 lessons I learned from Jim Rohn and other legends. And the best way is if they send me an email they can send it to Kyle at KyleWilson.com. So Kyle at KyleWilson.com, and just put Corey in the subject, and I'll send them all that stuff. And, and then I'll put links to my podcast, which is obviously free, and links to my blog. I have over 100 articles on pretty much everything we talked about today. You'll find on my blog. And so, yeah, that'd be the best way, I think.
And it's Kyle at kylewilson.com.
Yeah.
I'm going to
I'll send them the 2 books and my interview with Darren, and then how to go access all my blogs and podcasts.
Awesome. And then I'll also, if you're okay with it, Kyle, we do an update with my newsletter crew. So I might include a note about that there if people want to grab it. So we'll do that too. And then I guess
I'll forward you the email I'll send them. And then that way you can see what's included. So
awesome. Works for me. And then, so the last question then is the podcasting one I've teased for a little while here.
Yeah. So for me, I was late to the podcasting world, and the reason why is I knew it was going to be a lot of work. I mean, I had in my previous life had 10 weekly newsletters, million+ list. And I know consistency is everything. And I also know it's not build it and they'll come. That's not how this works. And so I've watched too many suffer the podcast death out there. So it was very intentional for me. It took me a long time to finally do it. It was still a lot of work. And I've had incredible guests on, and yet I don't get the results I think I should. So it's definitely a long tail thing. And if someone's going to start a podcast, they need to love it. They need to really want to do it. They need to understand you're going to have people on promoting their stuff. So you're going to have to build your own audience. So it really does take a little bit of sophistication of how you go about doing it. You really need to understand the audience you're trying to speak to and build. And I just say do it right if you're going to do it. Meaning, like I edit mine. I'm a control freak, and I'm looking at this is going to last 10 years. I don't want to misrepresent my guest. I take out, if they say stuff that I think is not going to best reflect on them, like Mark Victor Hansen's my good friend. I've known him for 30 years. He says some stuff sometimes. It's like, Mark, I'm going to save you from yourself and just take that out, right? But it is starting to pay dividends, but it's taken a long time. And the other thing I would say, if you're starting a podcast, realize you don't, just like social media, you don't own the list. Mm-hmm. You know, iTunes owns it, Spotify owns it. So you want to have teases throughout of how to get people off the podcast onto your list. So I do a lot of giveaways. Phil Collin of Def Leppard, signed guitar, drawing, signed books by my guest. And so I'm trying to, and I've never been into sponsorships much. I don't want to sell other people's stuff if I don't believe in it. So that's the other thing. I wouldn't just automatically get on a platform that you don't have control of who the sponsors are. All those little things. And I've done it the opposite, like from a marketing standpoint, Corey, I've done it the worst you can do. Here's why. Mine are long form podcasts. If I'm with Dennis Waitley at his house and we go for 2 hours, I'm going 2 hours. Phil Collin of Def Leppard, hour 45. Darren Hardy, 2 hours. And I'm okay with that. But if you're starting a podcast and it's content based, 15 minutes, is how you're going to get a lot of downloads, and that's more digestible. And I wouldn't try and do it more than once a week, until you're up and going. Mine's not even once a week. I'm like every 2 weeks. But mine are long. And if I go too fast, people won't get a chance to listen.
Yeah, I love that. It's great advice. And you know what? You're in good company because I don't know if you ever heard the name Dan Carlin. He has a podcast called Hardcore History. His episodes are like 7 hours long or something crazy like that. He spends 6 months producing one episode, but he has 24 to 26 million downloads.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not in that kind of company at all, but I wish I was.
Well, when I say that, I mean good company in the sense that you're doing the long form, and there's people that are actually making a lot of magic happen with the long form. Obviously, Joe Rogan's one of the great, biggest examples. I mean, his episodes could go 2 or 3 hours, and I read that his rate of retention is really high. So here's a guy that's proving that you can still do long form podcasts. So you know what, it'll make you stand out.
Can I say 2 quick things? And I'll make them quick. first of all, you can repurpose the content. So if you're going to do a podcast and you're doing it like you see Corey and I, that can go on YouTube. I do take the podcasts. I do 1 and 2 minute segments to put on Instagram and to promote on Facebook. So, use it to create different content in different ways, repurpose the content. You can take out some really amazing stuff from it, send that out to your email list, as content, promote that. So the podcast is just one of the spokes on your marketing wheel, and just think of it as long-term. And then the second thing I'll say is, Joe Rogan, he was there from day one. So the game has changed, just like if you're building an email list or you're building a podcast, it's competitive. So really think long-term. Don't do it thinking the first year you're going to knock down the barn, but realize, okay, you would love to have this content on YouTube and use it for Instagram. And I wouldn't try and monetize it too quick. I would use it just to build an audience, build a relationship, and, get really smart about that. And you're going to get better. I mean, I grimace at some of my early podcasts. I know exactly the things I was doing wrong. And, I smile at myself for just ignorance, right, of some of the things I was doing. But you'll get better. And you got to do the first one before you can get better to do the second one. So think long term is what I'm saying, I guess.
Love it. Well, and Kyle, it makes me think as we close, was it Zig Ziglar that said, what is it? You got to be good to be, or how's he worded? He said, it's along the lines of that.
Bad, probably to get good.
Oh no, I know what it was. I don't know why. It's the first time I've never thought of this quote, but it's about the idea of you got to get started to get great. You can't get great until you start.
Yeah, you got to get going and exactly. And there's that quote, when should you have planted a tree? 20 years ago. When's the second best time? Today. But again, count the cost. And, should you do a podcast? Don't do a podcast if you don't have an email list. Get your email list going. Make sure your website's up. Don't go to a podcast if your website's not the way you want it. Corey, I always ask people, where do you live? And they're going to say, Canada. I'm going to say, no, you live 24/7 on your website, 24/7 on your social media page. So make sure, that reflects well before you start a podcast. Just some of those things, right? Prioritize. Once they get on your podcast, the ultimate goal is to get them on your list and on your wheel and to send them to cool places. So make sure those foundations are in place first.
Love it. And I remember the quote, the gist of it at least, is you don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to become great.
Oh, love it. Yeah.
Along those lines. I'm still probably paraphrasing, but having said that, Kyle, thank you for being you. You've been amazing. This has been a masterclass. I always appreciate everything you do. So I thank you so much for joining us. And I will call it with your permission to be continued because I know the conversation has just started.
Hey, Corey, it's been my honor. Thanks so much.
Thanks so much, Kyle. We'll send you backstage and we'll bring our next guest on, but we'll keep waving the flag for all the great things you're doing.
Thanks, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Kyle. So I'm going to bring our next guest right on. Coach Bobby Bluford, so excited to have you here today. Bobby, I've been excited about this, just like with Kyle. I've been excited about this the last couple of days. Looking forward to these last two interviews that we're closing out the show today. So Bobby, just like we did with Kyle, I always like to give people a second to introduce themselves. So Bobby, can you tell us a little bit about yourself before we dive further in and we get to dive into all the great things that you do?
I will, Corey. Thank you for having me. So my journey is a long one. As you know, I'm a former collegiate football player turned chief financial officer at startups for a decade. About 8, 9, 10 years ago, I began this vision of using what I have learned in my life to teach people about pursuing greatness. At that time, the predominant feature in my world was fitness. So I left all that behind. I left a career in finance to begin a fitness brand. So for the last 8 years, I've been running a gym. I've been doing virtual trainings. I've been working with sports teams, athletes, trying to make them physically better. And then after all that, I put all that into a ball, and I began a speaking career about three years ago. I began in earnest about a year ago. So now I call myself a greatness coach, motivational speaker / greatness coach. My sole purpose in life is to help people find the greatness that lies in them, whether that be physical, emotional, spiritual, career-wise, relationships. It is my passion to help people continue to hunt their own individual greatness. So, Coach Bobby, motivational speaker / greatness coach.
I love every bit of that. And so, and I love that your last name is Bluford. And I think you said that people call you Blue. I remember that correctly?
Blue. They call me Blue. Yeah, since I was a little kid, I call my son Blue. Now he's the new generation. So I think he saw this first. He saw, Dad, is that yours? I'm on no, but I'm gonna find out who's running this.
I love it. It doesn't have the E in it, so it worked perfectly.
Right.
So Bobby, what I wanted to ask you to kick things off is where I was connected with you was through Instagram, and so today I wanted to talk a little bit about social media and your experience with it. So, is Instagram your kind of main platform, if you will, or the main one that you spend your time on? First of all,
well, I use Facebook and Instagram. Instagram is more of a direct hit approach where I'll just post things on there, short tidbits. I will admit I connect more directly via Facebook Lives, via live videos on Facebook. But in terms of building engagement, building audience with quick bits of information and videos and content, Instagram is my biggest following. Facebook is probably my more direct, intimate relationship. So I do both.
Well, and so, I mean, what I want to ask you first about Instagram, because it's I think for a lot of people, it's either they know Instagram really well or it's myth. It's one of the two.
Exactly right.
And so I guess the first thing I'd like to ask you, because it's a question I get asked often about platforms like LinkedIn. I'm active on LinkedIn, but people always ask me, what are the things that are moving the needles? So, what are the things you notice that get let's say the biggest engagement, or the things that make the biggest dent on Instagram for you?
Well, with Instagram, so it's an evolution of social media, and every 6 months there's something new, like Snapchat, TikTok, Instagram. Instagram's old now, right? You have Snapchat and TikTok have kind of taken over where that was a year ago. But I think with all of those social media platforms, the key is regularity, right? The key is consistency. The key is authenticity with who you are. And I think many people confuse or want to accelerate the process of monetization on whatever form they're using, whatever platform, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, before connection, right? And to me, it's always been connection before monetization. So I hadn't even thought about ways to monetize my platforms, all of them, until I had figured out how to connect with people, right? Until I had figured out how to provide genuine value to people. So a year ago, I began, and part of it was I was working on my speaking, and I wanted to engage with people regularly for me to learn and to continue my craft of speaking and motivating people. So I began a year and a half ago on both platforms in earnest, trying to connect with people directly, motivating them, inspiring them, showing them clips of me working out, showing them clips of me training, creating real-time connection with people. And I think when you have that as your first stone, if you will, as the first brick, if you will, then you begin to create this engagement, whether they're messaging you, they're responding, they're sharing, they're telling their friends about you. Then you can begin to build from that. Your mailing list, you can figure out what they like, what they want, and create content and products and resources around those things, right? So I think most people, they do it backwards, right? They see some person with 1 million followers and they want to make money, right? I want to make money on YouTube, or rather than what do I have of value that can benefit many, many people. And we all have something, right? So figuring out what your value is, what your offering is, what you have to offer is, can only be done by engagement and relationship building. And that can only be done before monetization. So that was my approach from day one.
Well,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, for sure it does. And I love what you said there. I mean, I love calling them golden nuggets, but that's, to me, a golden nugget is, what you said there about how what you tried to do was build the connection before worrying about how to monetize it. And I don't know why I'm always about stories. Like I'm always about, one person says something that triggers a memory. And there's a gentleman, you may or may not be familiar with his name, but his name is John Lee Dumas. He has a show called Entrepreneurs on Fire. And it's
yes.
It was the biggest, I think, for a while, daily podcast from somebody that wasn't a celebrity when they started the show.
Right.
And John, and we had Kate on, his partner, on last time around, but John we have on our next time. And from past conversations, I know that John spent almost a year, and he was investing. He wasn't just like spending a year of his time. He was investing in building his podcast audience before he ever decided to monetize it. Right. So he hired a coach that was helping him coach to do to put out the podcast episodes.
Wow.
And he still didn't know how he was going to make money actually running the podcast. And he did that for almost a year. And the end result is he has a 7-figure business. And most people, I wouldn't say the numbers, but it's on his website. Every month they do an income report.
Right.
And 7-figure business that he built by not trying to monetize it right away. And what I've noticed is his audience, they are more engaged because they know he's putting them first. And I feel like it all started by him doing what you said, which is let's go out and deliver value before I ever expect anything in return.
Right.
So I hope people caught that, the idea of build a connection before you're worrying about cashing in on it.
Right.
And
I think also, which is as important, right? So, I think in life in general, Corey, we don't know what the moment here is supposed to produce for us. We think we know, right? And this is with everything, right? I have all these analogies and stories. And one of the things I talk about is honoring the hours, right? And if I can digress 1 second, I'll explain what that means. What it means is every time you are involved in an endeavor, and there is a piece of the pie for that endeavor, right? The workout to lose the weight, the study session to get to 4.0, the music session that's a prelude to the concert, right? All these moments are honored. When you honor the moment you're in, when you honor the hours leading up to the honors that you will get, that you want to get, only then will life reveal to you what is needed for the future. So I wanted to be an NFL football player since I was 8 years old, right? So that was who I was going to be. And so I honored every workout. I honored every time I was eating, baby food to gain weight back in the day, protein powders that tasted like chalk back in the 80s, right? I was honoring. It didn't matter how it tasted or how much pain the workout had. What mattered was I was honoring my vision and my passion and the dream I wanted, right? That came to an end when I was 23 years old. So the next thing that replaced that was to get an MBA in finance and then to become a chief financial officer, which for a guy, my story involves a 12-year-old kid who stuttered. For a guy who stuttered and felt different and felt ugly most of my life, that was a dream beyond comparison. But I honored it, right? I studied. Everywhere I went, I had books about leadership and about speaking and about relationship building and all these things. And I became a CFO for 10 years. So I've done that my whole life. All of that was in preparation for this. To be a motivational speaker, to be somebody who teaches people how to find out what their greatness is. But had I not honored every moment along the journey, I wouldn't be here. So playing football was important for this. I wasn't meant to be an NFL football player, but it was meant for this, right? Being a CFO for 10 years, understanding what people go through, working crazy hours, having a balanced life, was meant for this. I wasn't meant to be in a high-rise building of some Fortune 500 company managing finance. I was meant to do this, but I had to learn that lesson, right? So people, when you start off. I want to do a podcast. I want to build a following on Instagram, right? That's fine, but don't think too far ahead. Just figure out what the moment is, what the bricks that need to be laid now are, and then spend your time honoring that, right? And I did that, right? I wasn't like you said, I wasn't figuring out how to monetize this. I just knew that I had messages in me that needed to reach people. So I began displaying and sharing my message. And then over time, when you do that, I have an analogy about your dream. It's like it's a relationship with your vision, whatever the vision is. And Instagram is the perfect example, right? You have to start walking toward it, right? Your dream will wait for you, but like your friends, only if you coming.
Mm-hmm.
They call your boys and he says, you coming? You said, not yet. They leaving the party. But if you say, I'm coming, they'll wait for you. So your vision of being a millionaire and using Instagram to get you there, right? That dream is going to wait for you, but only if you take the requisite steps to get there. And that can only be done the right way if you do it authentically, if you do it genuinely, if you do it with passion, and you do it with connection and relationship before monetization, right? So,
well, I love that, Bobby, and I'll say one of the things that popped into my head about honoring the moment. It made me think of this, and I don't know why this always stuck with me when she said it. So maybe it was for this moment. But we had a lady on our last Amplify Your Message. Her name is Heather Moyes. She's a multiple-time Olympic gold medalist from a place, by the way, where I think she's the only Olympic gold medalist, and she happens to be 2-time. And there's nobody else who won a gold medal. I know because I was born in the same place as her, same province, but in Canada. But Heather said something to me. She said, for her, and everybody's different, but and by the way, what's really unique about her is she didn't even start practicing for the Olympics. She was a headhunted, if you will, for the Olympics, and she had played rugby at a national level, but they got headhunted her for bobsleigh, which is not even related to rugby, and she started training at age 25.
Wow.
Whereas most Olympians start when they're 5. Anyway, and she's been a 2-time Olympic gold medalist. She was the first female, her and her partner, to successfully defend gold medals in bobsleigh ever. And having said all that, what she told me is she said if she took a day off from working out because she knew she had to take it off, like it was going to hurt her more if she worked out or whatever,
right,
then she could always live with that.
Right.
But if she took a day off when she knew she didn't need to take a day off and she missed the Olympics by this much,
right,
that screwed up her whole life.
Right.
And so it gets to what you said. She honored those minutes of training.
That's right.
She said, I knew that if I didn't make it and I had taken one day in my whole life off, I would always ask, was it that day?
That's right. I love that. And I think the same way. I think the same way. I use the analogy of a tree, right? A tree. And the tree is your vision of life. And I know we're going off topic a little bit with the Instagram, but I think it's all related. And your dream is this tree. The bigger your dream, the bigger the tree, right? And every opportunity you have to hunt that dream or cut that tree down is the only opportunity you have in that moment. And so if you have 4 opportunities to work out this week, you get 4 swings of the axe that week. And so I tell my students, I tell my athletes, I tell my family, I tell my friends that oftentimes we already don't have enough chops left to get that scholarship, right? To get a scholarship to that college, you might need 500 workouts. You only have 450 available to you, right? That test might be Friday. You might only have 8 hours to study when you might need 12, right? So I always tell people you cannot waste your chops in life, right? So when you have a moment to swing the axe, you have to swing it, and you can't waste them, because you're right. If you haphazardly swing at that tree and you try to tell yourself you did your best when you know you didn't, the tree doesn't care what the reason was. Either you swung at me or you didn't. Either you made an indent in the tree or you didn't. Either you maximize that swing of the axe or you didn't. Like your dream doesn't care what the reason is. Your ankle hurts, you have a headache. It doesn't care. And so now, guess what? You still have 10 hours to study, but now you only have 7 hours left when you had 8 and you wasted. You still want to lose 20 pounds, but now, and you still needed 100 workouts to get there, but now you only have 84 available to you because you wasted one of them. And I think when people, if you approach your dream that way, every time you sit down to study or you go for a run or whatever it is, you have to say, you know what, I only got so many of these left. Right. And like the Olympian said, if it comes to Friday on test day, or the game comes up, or 4 years pass by, am I going to look back at all the times I didn't swing my axe the right way? Mm-hmm. Right? Because only you will know, and that will haunt you for the rest of your life if you don't take care of those moments. So I totally relate to that.
So talking about those moments and then bringing a full circle back to social media, is that, do you see that as a also, when we talk about consistency, do you see that as also a time where you're swinging, you have an opportunity to swing the axe and you only have so many times you can swing it? Do you look at social media posts that way? Like, I need to make the most of this post because who knows when the next great post will be, or whatever that looks like?
Almost too much, Corey. Almost too much, because part of me is, it's funny because I grew up with a stutter, so I'm afraid to speak. I'm actually afraid to speak. I love to speak, but I was on hold. And I'm backstage about to throw up, waiting to come forward, right? But once I get there, I'm fine, right? But the fear is still there. And then when you couple that with this type A personality where I need perfection, which fits well as a CFO, right? Now it's like every time I speak, I want it to be perfect. Every time I write, I want it to be perfect. And that works against the need and necessity to be regular and to be frequent in people's minds, right? If you're always like spending 3 hours editing a video and going over your content, what you wrote, you won't ever get anything out. So that has been a struggle for me. But to answer your question is, yes, I treat every moment like this is the moment for me to reach you. This might be, I always tell people all the time, I do workouts, and I joined my virtual classes. I joined my real classes when we had real gyms, but I joined the classes, and I always say, when I'm training next to you, Corey, it's going to be a different vibe than me coaching you from afar, right? Coach Bobby can push you a lot. Teammate Bobby is going to be different because now I'm fighting with you. And part of why I make it that way is because this might be the only time you train next to me, right? The only time somebody logs into my live workout and is training with me. So if I have one moment for Corey to figure out what this Coach Bobby thing is about, I'm not wasting it, right? So if I'm doing a video and my wife, she'll come to my garage, my makeshift video room, and she'll say, "Is somebody here? Who you yelling at?" I'm doing a video, right? I'm talking to Jason in Idaho or Kimberly in Florida. I'm trying to reach somebody today with this video, not the next one, this one, right? And so when you have that mentality that I'm not going to waste any of my moments. So every video I do is going to be all out Bobby, right? I might fail, I might stutter, I might talk fast, but I tell you what, you ain't getting less than me. I promise you that, right? And when you do that, people understand who you are. And then on the off chance that I come back to the video or the workout like today, I'm like, guys, I'm down today. I'm upset today. I'm depressed. I feel ugly. I feel stupid. Now they really relate to you because you've built up this brand of connection, this brand of humility, this brand of vulnerability that can only be had if you approach everyone like you value the person you're giving it to. I'm giving you a video, not because I want my likes to go up. I'm valuing this content, this video, because I want Corey to resonate with it. I want to touch Corey's heart in a way that makes him a better man. And I can't do that haphazardly. I can't do that by just doing curls on video and showing you. I got to do it in a way that makes that video the best video that you've ever seen. Not because of the quality of the lighting or how I sounded, but that I connected with you. And you can't fake that, right? And social media has made it so you can't fake it. And the generations that now that are on social media, you can't fool them. So either you are who you are and you are real, warts and all, or you won't be around for long. Right. And that takes practice on your end, on my end, because it's hard to do, makes you vulnerable. Right. And it takes regularity of doing it. And it takes you, like you just asked me, it takes you approaching everyone like that one matters.
So powerful. And it's so true that what I think, some people are bothered by it. Like I've had people say they're bothered by with social media now. It's so much harder. There's so much more noise. But I think it also does something that's important as it separates the authentic people from the non-authentic people. And so it makes you have to raise your game because otherwise people know. I want to move into a different direction for a minute though, Bobby. I want to ask you, because you talked about, the work you do coaching people alongside them, like the teammate doing the fighting with them. What I'm curious about is what does that look like now in a world we're in today with COVID? Like as a trainer, as a coach, has that changed your business completely? Have you had to pivot? Like, what does that look like right now?
Right. So I've had to pivot. So all of my classes are virtual, which is a challenge for people, obviously. For me, it's not a challenge. I mean, I've had my home gym for 5, 6, 7 years. And I've always told people that I train, I don't want them to be reliant on me. Like my system of body composition change, so I'm a coach in terms of overall greatness, but I'm 48 years old, close to 10% body fat. So I understand some principles that can help you be better at physicality and fitness and health. So I teach those. And I tell people that to be sustained, like for your fitness to be sustainable, it has to be time and location independent. Like if you have to go to a gym, even before now, to get your workout in, there's going to be a time when you're late at the office, your kids are sick or something, right? So you can't be reliant on a location. Mm-hmm. If your workout is based on you going for a run every day for an hour and a half, there's going to be a time when you don't have an hour and a half. So I teach people and have been teaching people that my system, how I train, how I approach it, makes you less, if not unreliant on a gym or an hour. So I've been teaching that. So, and I've been doing that. So because of that, now I'm really putting that to the test. Now, many people still need to be pushed by somebody. So that's challenging, right? Corey has to get up, get his weights, turn the camera on. For me, it's easy, right? Because I'm more about motivating anyway. But it's challenging because now I can't physically stand next to you. And I also can't physically give you the weight you need to use that I have in my gym. So it's predicated on the person kind of building his or her own gym and then having the motivation to get up and turn on the camera. So there's been some pivoting to it for sure, but it's opened up, it's widened my reach by quite a bit. I have people now, across the country who log on to my workouts. So it's forced me, and I've wanted to go virtual for a long time to widen my reach anyway. So it's forced me to do that, and it's forced me to be a commodity that is better received by people. I mean, I'm I'm rough around the edges when I'm coaching people. So I can't be that same, quite the same, when I'm training people all over the world virtually as I will in my own gym. So but I like it. I actually enjoy it because I think it gives me more reach, and it helps me to move more toward giving them the tools they need robustly, not just how many push-ups to do, but I want you guys to learn this concept or this mindset. So I have a course now that's a whole 6-week course that is more than 50% mindset, right? More than 50% not about weightlifting and carbohydrate intake. It's about everything else that's important. So it's being with COVID-19 that's forced me to build my online course, to do other things that I've been meaning to do anyway. So for me, it's been almost a blessing that I've been able to do that.
Well, and to that point, one other thing, Bobby, that we have to consider is that, and I don't want to ask you about on the health side in a second here, as we start to wind down, but one of the things I think that's important to note there as well is everybody's had to make the change, meaning that it would be harder probably if you had to go online digitally for a certain reason, but none of your competitors did. So they'd be like, well, maybe I can still go to Billy's down the road and work in person. Now, as the individuals, we still don't have any in-person options really. So it's like, I already like Bobby. Why don't I just now do it online? So the good thing is at least everything changed at the same time. It wasn't like just you changed.
Right.
The segue that into a question on the COVID side, because I want to leave people with a message they can use in their personal life as well. But one of the things that seems to be overlooked often when we talk about, and we'll use COVID as the example, but it could be any time. Like if even the flu, the regular flu, it seems like there's never a lot of education about what we could do to boost our immune systems.
Right.
That we're stronger for all of these things.
Right.
And it seems to be on the reactive. Okay,
right.
We'll do this now because this exists versus, well, if I boost my immune system, even though this exists, I'd probably have a better chance of it not impacting me whether I get it or not.
Right.
So can you give us some strategy? And I know that this is a massive question because I know there's probably so much answer to this, but can you give us a strategy or two around how we can even start that process of maybe looking at our immune system a different way and seeing the importance of boosting it?
Yeah, great question. Oh, great question. So again, well, you're right. It can be an elongated answer, right? So especially with me, but I'll give you a concise version of it. So it's important. Number one, it's important to start seeing yourself like the animals we are. And I don't mean animals from a standpoint of religion versus, biology and whatever. I'm saying that we are species that are meant to do certain things to survive. So the first step is to understand how we are supposed to live and react and move and eat as animals, right? For example, we're the only animal in the whole animal kingdom that eats for pleasure. The only one, right? Not when we need to, not because we need fuel, but because it's 12 o'clock or because Corey wants to have lunch and talk about something, right? Why can't we go to a park and talk? Got to go to have dinner to talk, right? So we're conditioned differently than not only any animal, but than we were for 99% of our existence, right? So number one, start thinking about things. So in my course, I teach that for 2 weeks. Start thinking about what we're doing as condition, as habits, as sociology, as psychology. I always say we're addressing our fitness with the wrong sciences. Yes, anatomy is important. Yes, chemistry is important. Yes, physiology is important, but so is sociology, who you hang out with, right? So is psychology, how you think about food and movement. So once you get that part, and that's a continuous thing, right? Reading books, watching videos about cell regeneration, about how humans are supposed to live. Follow Coach Bobby on Instagram or YouTube. I do all that. That's the first step. Then it's like, okay, now that I know that, what should I be doing more of to be healthier in general? Not leaner, not sexier, not stronger, just healthier. Number one, supplementation, right? Because our food is not what it was. 100 years ago. People say, I don't believe in supplements. Well, that's okay. But number one, our food is not what it was. That broccoli you get at the grocery store, it ain't the same broccoli your grandparents had.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not getting the same nutrients from that. Number two, your body is in worse condition than your grandparents were. So you need more of that. So visiting supplementation, at least vitamins, right? Multivitamin is always a start, right? Number two. Number three, get some sleep, right? Rewire your body's natural abilities to heal itself. Like we don't rest enough. I call it rest discipline, even with your workouts, like your friend, the Olympian, right? If you rest and it's planned, that's rest discipline. If you ain't resting, but you're not working out either, you're not doing anything, then that's not rest discipline. So turn off the gadgets, go to sleep. People say, I'm tired, and they'll spend 2 more hours up watching Netflix. Like, oh, you're tired. I am. So you're too tired to work or be productive, but you have no rest discipline to go to sleep. Right? So how we think about us as animals, number one. Number two, supplementation. Right? At least visit the idea of a multivitamin, right? Then you have to rest, right? And then you start visiting the nuances of physicality, of working out, and then how you eat. And two things I ask people are to always investigate on their own before Coach Bobby gives you particular specifics. You have to do resistance training and cardiovascular work, both. Not one or the other. I'm a runner. You need muscle. You need bone density. You need lean muscle mass to have high metabolism, right? You need lung capacity and lung strength, right, to build your immune system. So you need both. The way I train combines both. Makes it easy, right? And then how you eat, right? Understand what all these things mean. Ketogenic, low carb, Atkins diet. At the end of the day, right, give your body only the amount of fuel it needs to survive. And that can be done through healthier eating, whatever that is, fasting. I intermittent fast myself, and I've been building up to, there's days like I go 24 hours, most days at least 20, 18, 20. And people say you can't build muscle when you fast. You can build muscle when you fast, trust me. But it's a matter of how you think. I realized about a year ago that most of my eating is done out of habit, right? And then when you do that, when your body's always eating and you're never sleeping, your body can't fix itself. Your body can't immunize itself, right? So you have to get this machine working the way it's supposed to work. And those are the 4 steps I would address. Mindset, you're an animal. How do animals live? 2 is you have to start sleeping, right? 3 or 2 was the vitamins. 3, sleeping, and then 4, start investigating the exercise component and what you're eating, right? And begin to be a scientist and a studier of your own body.
Wow, I love it. So, Bobby, one last thing I want to ask you before I ask you how we can learn more about your work and even about the course that you have now. This is just a question that I'm just curious more than anything. But we hear all the time about, well, this person has good genetics. Like, Arnold Schwarzenegger, I mean, people made the argument while he was taking steroids, but at the same time, he obviously had some genetics that were helping too.
Right, of course.
And there were a lot of other people that were doing the exact same stuff as he was and working it the same way and weren't getting the same result. But here's my question. For somebody that, and I know this is like, to your point earlier, I mean, your goal probably shouldn't be, I want a 6-pack because it looks good.
Right.
But my question out of that is a 6-pack, and I'll use that as just a parameter or example, is it something that's attainable by everybody, or is it something that depends on your body type? Based on
I love that question. I love that question, Corey. Who cares?
That's
my answer. And it's not in a mean way, but what happens is I call all those things an inherent advantage, right? Not genetics, not you were born, your parents had money, because that same analogy can be applied to a lot of things, right? You went to school there because your parents. So we all have inherent advantages in our lives, whether it's biologically, physically, academically, whatever. The problem is, oftentimes, you don't have to be a 10 on this scale of genetics to get to a six-pack or to get a scholarship in football, whatever it is. You don't have to be a 10 in terms of what your IQ is, right? Corey's super smart. He gets A's. I don't have to be a 10 in order to go to college, right? So what if Corey is naturally smarter than me? So what? What does that have to do with me, right? And what happens usually is people, they'll use that as a deterrent between figuring out what their max is. Like, okay, so maybe I have better genetics than you. Number one, you don't know that, right? Not you, Corey, but you don't know that. My mom died. She was overweight. My father was 140 pounds until he was in his 40s. Neither of those bodies I wanted, right? I don't know anybody in my family who's super muscular. So people see me and they'll assume that, but you don't know me, right? So, but the more important thing is figure out what your max is, right? I always say operate under the assumption that your max is enough, right? And there's proof in the pudding everywhere you look. People who were mentally disabled, like Les Brown, who ended up being a motivational speaker. People who were, short by football standards, who are playing in the NFL. So yes, genetically, I'm not 6'4", but that's what it is. So I always say, you do the work, right? You do the diet, you do the crunches, you do the sprints for X number of days. You fulfill your obligation to swing at that axe full speed with all you got for, give it a year. And then we can talk. Until then, shut up. Nicely, right? Because it doesn't matter. Are you going to quit because you're not genetically as gifted as I am? Are you going to quit and just accept? And I always say this, I'm 99% sure with everybody that if you consistently work on tweaking your diet, on exercising, I'm 99% sure that Corey Poirier, I say it right?
You did it as good as I can do.
Can have a six-pack. I'm 99% sure it might take a little longer than you want, but I'm 99% sure that if you continue to tweak your diet, intermittent fasting, low carb, high intensity training, Coach Bobby can teach you, I'm 99% sure that eventually you will be shirtless at any beach you want. I'm 100% sure that if you don't, you won't.
Fair enough.
Simple as that. Simple as that. So it's up to you. So yeah, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna stay here and do what I got to do.
Well, I'll tell you, one of the things that popped in my head that triggered that question was I remember this time, and I mean, again, when we're young, we don't even realize we're not supposed to listen to somebody who just dampened our dreams. But I remember I was in this gym, I was at the front desk, and I was signing up. I don't know if I signed up for membership or signing in, but this other guy was talking to one of the personal trainers, and the personal trainer said, "What's your goal?" And he said, "Well, I've always had a goal that I wanted to have a six-pack, not because of just the way it looks, but I also feel like that's, to me, that represents I must be healthy if I could get to that level."
Right.
And to also mean that I performed at my highest level to get there. Anyway, the guy told him flat out, he said, "You're in your mid-20s?" And the guy said, "Yeah." And he was signed up for membership, I think. And he said, "Yeah, it's just not possible for you. It's not possible in your mid-20s. So, get that out of your mind and let's aim lower."
Wow.
And I swear to God, the guy said, "Okay, well, it's good to know that then."
Wow. Yeah.
So anyway, so that's why I always ask that question for other people to know, because like I said, six-pack is just like $1 million, right? It's just put out there. But it's, I feel it's sad that most people just think, well, I don't have the genetics.
Right.
Which could be, to your point, it could be just an excuse. But,
exactly. Well, but it's conditioning, right? And I always say this. I say the dream will tell you when it's time to pivot. Back to honoring the hours, right? And we are poor predictors at thinking what's going to make us happy. We're poor predictors at that, right? So whatever that dream looks like now, if you chase it honestly, right, and genuinely, it will tell you when you should pivot. Like, I didn't play in the NFL. I have no regret, because my dream told you, I didn't want you for the NFL. I want you to learn these lessons for that. So I didn't fail. So you might say six-pack, and then you get down the road and you lost 40 pounds. It's flat, but it ain't quite chiseled. Now you might say, you know what? I do want it. Now I do want it. But you might say, you know what? It's just fine the way it is. Now I want to use my story to be a speaker, right? But unless you attack it as if you're going to have a six-pack, you will never learn that lesson.
Mm.
So you have to attack the dream with love, right, and connection, and you have to value it in a way that you honor every moment on that chase. Otherwise, you won't learn whatever it is you're supposed to learn from it. So yeah, and nowadays it's like if you can find one person in the world that looked like you and looks like that now, then it can be done.
Mm-hmm.
And usually you can find one person who did it. Somebody who stuttered and became a CFO. Somebody who was 300 pounds and now they're in some competition, right? So you can find somebody. And so that guy gave that guy a bill of goods, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you should never do that before you start.
Absolutely. So, Bobby, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. And so for those that want to learn more about whether it's how they can work with you, they want to follow your Instagram post, they want to join you mentioned that you have a course. Where would you normally send people? Like, is there a hub? Is there a place they can go to learn more about all of that?
Yeah, so all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, at Coach Bobby Bluford. Usually at Coach Bobby will pull me up. And then my website is at coachbobbybluford.com or coachbobbybluford.com. And you can feel free to reach out to me directly. Email bobby@bobbybluford.com or direct message on any of those platforms. And I got a course, 6-week course. We start our session 4 in January, New Year. We're midway through session 3. I talk to companies about my 5 steps to greatness. But yeah, at Coach Bobby Bluford, all the platforms, and then my website is coachbobbybluford.com.
And now on the website, the course that you mentioned, is that on there? Like details?
It is.
That course?
It is on there.
And they can sign up, like you said, you're 3 weeks in. Do they have to wait till the next time around, or how does that work?
You can sign up now. Actually, I open enrollment for session 4 next week. And it runs every 8 weeks, 6 weeks on, 2 weeks off. So okay. Yeah, so it's too late for this course, for this session, but we're starting again January, that first Monday in January.
Okay. Awesome. So we'll make sure to include that in the comments here. I'm actually going to put your website right in the comments right now. Perfect. And we'll wave the flag for all the great stuff you're doing. And with your permission, I'll call it a to be continued. And I feel like, I don't always say this, Bobby, but I feel like you would be also superb fit for my podcast as well, my separate podcast. Let's do influencing. So you and I maybe off air. Let's connect and make that happen if you're open to that.
Yes, absolutely.
You're doing a brilliant work, and this right now more than ever with people dealing with COVID, I think health and wellness is more important than it's ever been. And like we're all having to do it virtually anyway, so why not do it with somebody who knows what he's doing? So
I agree. Thank you, Corey.
Awesome. A pleasure. Thanks so much, my friend. We'll let you run, and then I'm just going to close out the show and make some more magic happen.
Sounds good, man. God bless you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Bobby.
Bye.
So awesome stuff, everyone. So excited to have Bobby on with us. And hope you guys took a lot away from his insight. We covered a wide gamut. I seen Janine said Eureka by 1%. Oh, yes. I think, Janine, I might be wrong, but I think you're referring to when he said, I'm 99% sure that if you do the work, it'll happen, but I'm 100% sure if you don't, it won't happen. I'm thinking that's where the 1% came in, but I might be wrong. But yeah, Bobby absolutely crushed it as expected. I knew he would. And we did cover a wide gamut. We talked about his experience being an influencer on Instagram and what's worked for him there, which I think could translate some of that over to Facebook. We talked about how to boost your immune system, which I think is super important in this day and age. Also about how you can do this stuff virtually. But as you heard, virtually the one thing that it requires is you have to do a bit more of the heavy lifting, meaning you have to get set up. You maybe have to get the equipment. You maybe have to set up the gym. You have to show up. You have to turn on the video. There's other things you have to do that you might not have to do otherwise. And so Janine said that's the 1% difference. Awesome, Janine. So hopefully you enjoyed Bobby's presentation. Hopefully you enjoyed Kyle Wilson. I saw somebody comment, Janine, it might have been you as well, about offend early and often. I love that, and so true. I loved when Kyle said that it's better to offend early and often if you have to offend in the first place. Talal, I see you put it is, and I'm not sure what that's in reference to, so I won't expect that I do. And we'll see you here in a couple of days, I think, Talal. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but I know you're coming up here as well as a presenter, so looking forward to that. So yeah, so hopefully this was a magical day for you guys. Kelly was able to join us for some of the day, and she also presented on the bestseller launch, or Amazon bestseller launch. Hopefully you guys took a lot from that. Kyle, we covered a lot of ground, everything from what he's been able to do with books, selling millions of copies of books, and how he was able to make that happen, what he was able to do in working with the great Jim Rohn as a business partner, and you know, a lot about how to become an influencer and what not to do to burn your bridges with influencers. So that was a great discussion as well. And we talked to George earlier. George is an actor, but also a Renaissance man. You know, he produced, what was it? Pop Life, I think is the movie name. I seen the movie quite a while back, but yeah, brilliant movie. And, you know, he did a great job, obviously, I guess, producing it. I didn't know he was the producer until then. But such a great story. And now his daughter, as he mentioned, has this song that's running up the charts. You can see in the comments here, I posted the video. I haven't even had a chance to watch it yet. I plan to watch it later. But she has a song that's gaining traction and going viral. So that's his daughter following his footprints. On the music side as well, she's doing, he said he didn't know that she was going to become a singer, even though he was producing a movie that was kind of paralleling what happened with his daughter. So that was really cool as well. And so hopefully, like I say, you guys have been able to take a lot of insight from a great day around how to amplify your message. Even though today was the writing side, we danced in and out of the whole writing side of things. We kicked it off, I should mention, with Chris Cumby, who I've known for a long time, and he's the real deal as well. On the coaching side, he's an author, podcaster, so we talked about that earlier. So yeah, so just as a summary, we covered a lot of ground. I am summarizing all this because if you are just joining in now or recently, the replay will stay up, so you can watch all of what I just shared. You can watch all of that. You can go back and watch it. Someone said here, it says Facebook user. I can't see who posted it. Said, thanks for bringing these souls together. Thank you, and it was my pleasure to to be just a small part of this. Tomorrow, just kind of give people a heads up, we have another slate of amazing presenters. We have Coach Jim Johnson kicking things off. Jim is the author of A Coach and a Miracle. He had an amazing experience that few people can say they had a video and a story go viral, and that translated into him becoming a speaker and writing a book about his experience. He actually had a gentleman named J Mac who has autism and wanted to play on Jim's basketball team, and Jim promised him J Mac was like doing all the stuff he could to be a part of the team, and but he didn't make the team. And so Jim said, on our last game of last season, when we're halfway through, if we're up by a certain amount of points, we'll let you jump in and play a bit of the game. And J-Mac jumped in, and he missed the first shot by quite a bit, missed the second shot by a little bit, and then he nailed the third shot as a three-pointer. And I think he went on to sink something like, 15 three-pointers, like NBA level. This is what happened with J-Mac when Coach put him in and gave him that moment of glory. The stadium erupted. The news story went viral all over the news. And so I'm excited to have Jim on tomorrow sharing that story. And we're going to be talking to him about what that's done for a speaking career. And we're going to be focusing around speaking. Somebody put here, Kyle Wilson rocks. His Inner Circle Mastermind is incredible. I love his 52 lessons. You can get on his site. So thank you so much for sharing that. Again, I see Facebook users, so I'm not sure who's saying it. James Mel's going to be on after that tomorrow. And James is someone I know from Atlanta, Canada, who's doing big things in the world. He's running big events. He just had an event with, I think Lisa Nichols was on it, Les Brown, Jack Canfield. So we're going to talk to James about what he's been doing. Dave Clare, a fellow Canadian who lives in Australia. He's a leadership speaker. We'll have him on. Felicia Reed, who's in my mastermind. She's a coach, but she's in my mastermind. She's done a lot of talks over the years. So we're going to have her on. And then Jolie Glassman, who is with South Beach Boxing. And she's got an amazing story that's going to blow your mind as far as everything she's been able to accomplish during her life and career. And so I can't wait until tomorrow to bring these amazing speakers on. So I hope you'll join us again tomorrow. As I always mention, sharing is caring. So I would love it if you shared this video, even if you're watching in the replay. And then for anything Blue Talks, let us know. You can find it all at bluetalks.com. We are working on the upcoming books. And if you want to know more about how you could be a co-author in one of the book series, reach out and let me know. You know how to reach me. You can find me here on Facebook or thatspeakerguy@gmail.com. So thanks everyone for joining us. I think Kelly has to miss tomorrow, but she'll be back on Thursday for some of the day and Friday as well. So I'll be back tomorrow, and we will be kicking things off again at 11 Eastern with Coach Jim Johnson. You do not want to miss that, and we will aim to make tomorrow a magical day as well. Thanks everyone. Have an amazing rest of your day and evening. See you tomorrow.